don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop, penthouse, sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look, you won't stop.
This is a Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Challenge GSL Group Stage. Last time we were here, we sent 2 teams off to Challenge Finals. We have Zeta Division 1, I believe. And we also sent Rising Sun Esports. But today, 6 teams remains, and 2 of them will join the first 2 teams in that Challenge Finals. Again, my name is Husky, alongside Adrian. Final day of the Challenge GSL Group Stage.
Definitely today is make it or break it. 6 teams, only 2 team moves on. 4 teams will say bye-bye, but then they still walk away with the experience and money in hand. But 4 teams move up, especially 2 teams that is gonna be for today, and it's totally really make it or break it, because it's do and die, and then at the end of the tunnel, there's a Titan.
Oh yeah, I mean, we already have 2 teams slotted at that lower bracket finals. We'll talk about that in a bit, because right now we need to refresh your memory on how the format works. But just to keep it short and simple, we have 2 splits for each season, and every split there are 6 Mobile Open Cups. And of course, for split 1 and split 2 finals, 4 teams will qualify from that point onwards into the challenge round robin stage, which is the stage that we're in right now. And we will play 4 rounds of GSL, and out of the round robin, 4 teams will make it into the Challenge Finals, and of course duke it out to become the Challenge Final winners. Now, to qualify for Masters, these teams will need to gather points from the Mobile Open itself. So for every cup that they play during Split 1 and Split 2, they gather points, and teams with the most points will qualify for Masters. We will send 2 teams from our region to join with those from North America and Europe and MENA to play in the Grand Slam to become the best Brawl Star team in the world.
Yep, definitely. It all is coming to the end right now. It's like we are already like past 50%. Like, it's so close for them. Everything is like very important. Everything, it's so crucial. It's on the line, and what's on the line? Let's take a look at the prize pool that they had been fighting for. 16,000. That's a refresher for everyone. 9,000 for second place, 7,000 for the third place, 5,000 for the 4th place, 3,000 for 5th and 6th. Meanwhile, 1,000 each for 7 and 8. It's tight on the rope right now.
Oh yeah,
we have seen 2 teams that moved on. Today, another 2 more teams that's gonna join them. Who will be it? We talk about Titans at the end. We are talking about Zeta Division 0, just waiting for 1 team to that they need to face, which is either Team Fluffy or Winter. Meanwhile, at the other side, another Titan, we can see Blood Diamond waiting for Team Wood or Midnight Zephyr. So it's like the first fight, it might look like, all out slaughter, brawl all out. but then at the end of it, you still have to go and face the final boss
with
itself.
the mini boss and the raid boss.
Yep.
Oh wait, not even the raid boss, just the boss, before the raid boss, because they're going to qualify. Zeta Division 1 and Rising Sun Esports have qualified for the Challenge Finals. That's what we saw across the entirety of last week. And again, today we will find out which other two teams will join them. And of course, when we look at the prize pool just now, the teams that if they don't make it past the first bracket today, at least they will secure themselves $1,000. But for Blood Diamond and Zeta Division 0, they at least have gotten themselves $3,000 before they even played today. But of course, they also kind of get a bypass, right? Since they did drop down from the upper bracket finals, so they will have to wait, like you said, for their respective opponents to play that first series. So for Group A, Winter and Team Fluffy, someone's got to step up to the plate, win that series, and try to take down the Zeta Division 0 team. And of course, on the Group B, we have also a very interesting matchup with Midnight Zephyr taking on Team Wood. And afterwards, the winner will play Blood Diamond, where the winner of that series will qualify for Challenge Final. So just to wrap it up nicely for you guys out there, today we have 4 series, 6 teams, but only 2 slots to the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, definitely. It's all tight on the road, as I said. Fluffy against Winter. It's going to be a close battle, all-out fight before whoever wins goes to meet up with Zeta Division 0. Midnight Zephyr will be having a close fight, a bit of rivalry, a bit of familiarity against Team Wood before whoever wins that series go up against Blood Diamond. But I'm gonna say this and put this out of the window way up ahead. I feel like Winter might be able to give Fluffy 3-2. They might move forward and give Zeta Division a bit of a tough fight. I would still say 3-2 in favor of Zeta Division. It's gonna be close. We might go all the way to the 5th, where it goes, it just goes crazy. Meanwhile, on the Group B, I'm just gonna put it out as well. I feel like Midnight Zephyr might drop the ball 3-1.
Okay.
And then Team Wood moves forward against Blood Diamond, and then it could be a 3-0 there.
So Blood Diamond getting the 3-0.
Yeah.
Well, you had some pretty... You must have had a good breakfast today, because you are throwing up predictions. Like you've seen this storyline all over again. But one thing I gotta bring up, just from our previous broadcast together when we did Group B, was that when Rising Sun Esports won, we got to talk to Aaron, right? And Aaron says that he has a bold prediction that Winter will make it all the way to the Challenge Finals, which means that they go through Zeta Division 0. Do you think that's possible? I know you say that Zeta Division 0 is going to win 3-2, but is there going to be a possibility that Winter somehow completes that miracle run?
If that miracle run were to happen, then all the stars has to be aligned, all the planet has to be in sync, so that Winter is able to pass through it. How I might just gonna say it in a soft prediction or some soft lock onto it, where I would say the third map itself, on the whole rotation, Winter just threw a curveball so hard that Zeta Division can't recover in time, and then they dropped the 4th game, and then 5th game it was just they might drop it as well. So if for the Team Winter wants to make it all the way to top 4, they have to bring some curveball. They have to bring the new kids on the block mentality. They have to bring something that really throw off the guard of Zeta Division 0. Cause Zeta Division 0, you must understand, they have a rich history. They have a long history with a lot of teams and a lot of players. And basically, you have 2 teams. Yeah, it's somewhat out of the game. Like especially what Aaron said.
Right.
The fight begins out before the game starts.
Yeah, right.
So definitely Zeta Division 0, they will prep up Zeta Division 1 will be prepping Zeta Division 0 on like what to do, because definitely you want to have your own sister team joining you to the top 4, and then having the revenge and seeing who is the better team. That's something that you want to see in your own org, but at the same time, you definitely want to secure the slot, especially as an organization. So looking at Zeta Division 0, they might have a tougher time. Winter will definitely give them run for the wall, but it all depends on how the game breaks down. So you have to look at how it breaks down first, and definitely the brawlers does make a bit of changes. But
So it's all about kind of throwing in a curveball,
Yes.
catching them off guard.
Yep.
That's what we are looking
Yep.
from for Winter. But let's talk about Group B a bit. So what happened was we had Blood Diamond against Team Wood, and at a certain point, Team Wood almost became the team that qualified. Right? They
Yep.
almost beat Blood Diamond, and then we saw this miraculous recovery. Obviously, we had some things to say about Team Wood, where this hyper aggression, this
Yep.
kind of overzealousness did costed them
Yep.
some of those leads. That Blood Diamond, Rising Sun, Rising Sun Esports was the one who capitalized on that. And at the end there, Blood Diamond, I'm getting confused. Blood Diamond capitalized on that, but at the end of the day, I think when we talked to Blood Diamond, what they told us was kind of inherently the same, right? Where they managed to figure out a solution mid-game. But today, going into this competition, taking on Midnight Zephyr, that kind of feel like the more superior team. I'm just thinking of what the odds is going to be. But we will keep that conversation for when we get to that stage, because right now we gotta focus on Group A once more. We have Team Fluffy taking on Winter. Of course, from Fluffy's side, Nissi, Amiria, Takaniki, these three are gonna be the members that become the core of the team to try and get Fluffy through to the very end. And of course, when we talk about the very end, it's up against Zeta Division, and
Yep.
it will always be a tough opponent regardless who fights them. But I want to hear your thoughts about Fluffy.
Fluffy, well, they gave up a very strong fight. They are a bunch of guys, I would say, like they're really pretty just chill about how they play. No matter, it feels like this is going to be the core team that I'm going to talk about today. Is that you have to be chill. And I was about to answer you before we have to jump to this game about Team Wood. This is what Team Wood has to replicate. The chillness from this, because us talking about the previous when Team Wood was going up against Blood Diamond, the thing that was kind of, the factor behind the losses was a tilt factor.
Right.
But Winter, on the other hand, this team, we have seen that a couple of teams, they are looking up for this team, the new kids on the block, to move on, and they have a tall order, they have a big one, they have to go up against the titan that is, Zeta Division 0. If they win up against our Team Fluffy, but that's a big if. That's a lot for them, but they have to make the tilt factor.
Right, so we're looking at the mental warfare.
Yes.
Aaron taught you a lot, huh?
It's all about mental warfare today. It's because previously it's all about the testing of the firepower, testing on the mechanical skills. Because that's where you want to venture. That do you want to go from the upper brackets? Do you want to go from lower brackets?
Right.
How do you want to play this out? It's very important. But today there's no more. Today's the end. It's only 2 teams gonna move in. Who will be moving in? We have to find out.
Yeah, and if you guys have any things, any predictions of your own, or any comments, just memes that you want to talk about, do remember to share it with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, and you might stand a chance to have it being featured on broadcast. But if you're watching on twitch.tv right now, and you have some predictions to make, you want to tell us who is going to make it through. Will Winter complete that's the saga, the miracle run of qualifying to challenge? I think you should also let us know down in the comments below, and also cast your predictions in the chat, because I think if anything, we expect, or at least we hope to see some miracles today, right?
Yep.
Some outstanding runs, and Winter must have had some qualities that can prompt Aaron to say that these guys have a chance to beat Zeta Division. It was literally a team that no one has ever beaten up to this point. So I think expectations has been set way before we jumped into the day, and I want to see if that expectations can be met. If you guys think so, again, put that predictions down in the chat. We want to see it, we want to hear it, and we want to celebrate this moment together.
Yeah, definitely want to celebrate, and as you say, expectation has been set. Definitely has been laid out, because a lot of teams, especially the top 2 teams that's already made it through, they kind of want an eye on the team, which team to move in. Do they want an opponent? Obviously, everyone wants a team that is much more easier to go through, but the odds for a team that has the lower odds to winning goes through is super low.
Right.
Especially your tail end of today. It's so stiff. The competition is so stiff that it's like you need a miracle. You need something that that an underdog team can move on to the top 4. It's going to be a miracle to see that. Can Winter be that miracle? I think that everyone wants to see that, but at the same time, it's a tall order. It's Titan at the end.
Yeah.
If you were to put Winter on Group B, then you might have a slightly favorable chance. But you have to understand, you're going up against the 3rd division man. That's a fact. You're not going up against Blood Diamond.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, we're treading on thin ice right here.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Blood Diamond, to a certain degree, we all know that Zeta Division is the kings of Brawl Star in general, right? But I think it probably will not get any easier, even if it's Blood Diamond, right? Though the track record doesn't show that, right? They did lose 0-3 to Rising Sun Esports, and they did come close on losing Team Wood. But of course, Group B is a story for later on. We have the map rotations. We start out with, again, Safe Zone on Gem Grab, then we go to Ring of Fire, we go to Pinhole Punt, Shooting Star, and go Gulch. Very standard map line now. I think this one, compared to the one that we had for both Group A and Group B leading up to the upper bracket finals, this one is a lot more standard. It's a lot more straightforward, lesser curveballs, which means that on this draft, I feel like we will get more direct drafting from both teams. We see the Byron and Colette are already out from Fluffy, and the Lola being prioritized by Winter.
Yep, Lola is being prioritized by Winter. It's like they have something in mind. But picking up the Byron, once again, I think we have talked about the Byron for the past few days itself. Like it's an anchor brawler, but at the same time, it has its nerf. It has its disadvantages after the nerf itself. And the Colette standard was it's something that the moment you see Gem, you see highest Colette comes in, but Byron, it's the brawler that we kind of question that if the player that is playing it doesn't really perform on it, doesn't excel on it, then it's gonna be a problem.
So we're looking at a lot of emphasis on the Byron itself.
Yep.
So it's kind of like the medic of the team, right? But then I think last time when we did Group B, we also saw a lot of prioritization for a brawler like Colette. Like when it comes down to most like heist, actually it's heist to start level. For some reason I thought it's gem grab, but when it comes to heist, and even certain degrees, when we look at knockouts, Colette feels like a brawler that a lot of people would go for just because you get that in and out damage
that 10%.
That 10%, right? Like every time is a 10% on the save. So I think it's very, there's a lot of value to the Colette, which probably in the hands of Winter, when you put the Sprout and the Byron to support her, then you get this juggernaut in the front line. But I think for Winter, they actually have the damage, right? I mean, you have the Lola Ego, there's plenty of damage to deal with this Colette. How are the odds looking right now? We have Winter, who are playing those long range, zone control, but we have this Fluffy, who just wants to brick wall you and run straight at your safe.
I would say the odds for Winter might not look that strong against a lineup of Fluffy, but they have to bear through battle. I would say 60% goes to Fluffy, 40% goes to Winter. Who can pull it off? We have to take a look as we jump into the game. Fluffy will be on the blue side, meanwhile Winter on the red side. Right now it's all about map control. It's all about like how you take a look at everything.
I mean, a lot of attention is on both the Colette and the Byron, right? It's something that you pointed out very early on, and we finally see the Sprout Super out. The initial proc off that is to provide some sort of zone control, just make sure that that Lola can't gain any access to do damage, but at the same time, it feels like Fluffy, you need to get every single member moving up at the same time. And unfortunately, this Sprout Super isn't really accomplishing that. You keep this Lola at base, sure, she doesn't get to fire at you, but this Colette needs to move out. This Byron needs to facilitate that. And then this long-range defense from Winter is making it very hard.
Yeah, it's a bit hard for Fluffy. They are just looking for the time, and that's the thing about the Byron. You see the anchor, that's the problem that you have. The moment you lose your front line, and your front line is not as tanky as you think it is. It just goes down, and then the moment your front line goes down, Byron, who do you expect?
Yeah, but I mean, we get these kind of sneaky maneuvers. Just 10% of the save gone. Of course, there's the attempt to at least eliminate the Lola, right? We see this Sprout kind of putting that super to good use, constantly blocking out that right side of the map, and actually getting a pick-off for the team. So this is very good news for Winter. And I think the plus side for this composition is that you don't necessarily need to be in front of the save to do damage thanks to Colette Super. We might get this win where you don't even see the save go down, right?
Yeah.
Fluffy are just leading by a mere 6%, but they can easily extend that lead because that Colette has a super, and we see the panic set in for Winter. They were able to get rid of the Sprout, but all this Colette needs to do is to walk out forward, drop that super, that's 80% down. Winter needs to bomb rush this, and they need the damage to do so, and they actually were able to do it just in time. And the respawn for Fluffy is not enough, even with the Colette on the other end. Winter just able to put in enough damage to win that first round.
Yeah, the Colette 10% strategy, yes, it works if you have brawlers that, you know, stand up in front, that you want to go fight, you want to, you know, soak up damage, you want to do a lot right in front of the line. But your lineup, it doesn't shout that I want to jump to your save, I want to, you know, make moves. If you pair the Colette with the Crow, it kind of can work with that. You have two people who wants to jump at the save, but this time you have two brawlers that doesn't want to even go close to the save.
Yeah,
they doesn't want to even see the save at the top of their device.
I mean, Colette in general, like outside of the super, not really the most efficient damage dealer, right? And when we talk about consistent damage, Colette is not the one that you're looking for. It's all about that burst that she brings to the table. And in this case, I think Fluffy probably has figured out that adjustment. So again, with this Colette there, you can play this maximum range. Unfortunately, with the miscalculation right there, it doesn't hit the save. So they do need the super, which is what they will get. But walking up to that acid pool just to use that super, it's gonna be a bit of a challenge. You can't just waltz up there. And you have this Lola on the right side, constantly putting on pressure. This is why the Byron is, you know, is having a really hard time. But again, they're doing the same strat, getting that chip damage. And that's going to be 10% off the save for Winter.
Yup, slowly but surely. But I feel like this is where the mental game might start to begin. This is the story where the mental game comes in. You pick up a very safe lineup of brawlers. Winter, this is the opportunity that Winter needs to take. They have to, you know, hit them hard. Really send out a message that, you know, the brawlers that pick, alright, you know, on paper it works 10% of the time. It deals, you know, burst damage there, but right now it's our time that, you know, we're gonna hit you back. We're gonna hit you hard. We're gonna send a message, and we're gonna make sure that, you know, you understand this, and this might be the first time we could be seeing Fluffy getting tilted.
Yeah, I mean, we have like, what, 15 seconds left, and it's deja vu, but the thing that's different this time is that Winter actually can't even get through. We see the power of the Sprout. I mean, that save is as safe as it can be, and Fluffy, of course, is going to push us to that third round of this first set. Very straightforward. I mean, he didn't even lose any health on that save. I guess that's kind of the defensiveness that we slightly touched on, right? It's all about getting this Colette in, but then you have this Sprout just blocking out those crucial angles. And we see how tough it was for Winter to even walk up past that midpoint.
Definitely, it's a bit hard. You might want to rotate the Lola to a different side of it, but because you're putting it up against a Sprout, you're just zigzagging, trying to, you know, break ankles and, you know, be in safety. but you're not in contention of doing anyhow. You take down the Byron. Okay, this is good. This is the opportunity. This is the lead that you need from the side of Winter, which is deal the damage, fall back, reset, do the same thing again.
Yeah, I mean, they've already dealt like 50% of Fluffy's health damage, and even if all of them go down, Fluffy don't necessarily have the amount of damage output to equalize that deficit.
Yep.
So theoretically, Winter kind of have won half the game already at this point.
Yep.
It's gonna be a...
You know how I was looking at the Colette was standing by the left side bank of the river. She was like trying to throw the projectile, trying to, you know, hope that it reached, but she keeps throwing it a couple of times, and I know it's like it lands 1 inch shot of the
You know
save.
which brawler would have hit that?
What?
A Piper.
Sure.
Piper would have hit that shot 9 times out of 10.
We used to see, you know, you will have Brock, Piper, and a Byron the lineup, or a Mortis, Crow, and Piper.
I mean, we've seen like Max plus 2 front lines, right? Max plus an El Primo or Frank.
Oh yeah!
I mean, let me tell you, I do not miss the Brock plus Piper days. I think,
Yeah.
in fact, there's a bit of rigidness in there where we don't get to see much diversity. I think right now things just looks so much better. You have so much more options.
Did they ran what was it? Poco and Buzz? Poco Buzz.
Right.
Poco Buzz, and they had
The good old days with Buzz is actually a very special era.
yeah.
I mean, Buzz is just generally a very fun brawler, but I think Winter have definitely got this in the bag. And, you know, 37% on left save of Fluffy.
I would say Buzz is a brawler, you know, that hits you mentally.
It does. Like, it's by design, it's very unique, right? It's all about, you know, latching onto your enemies. But good news for Fluffy, though, well, good news for Winter. They were able to kind of close it out on this first set. I want to say it's close, but I feel like we're not as used as we were to this kind of slow-paced fight when it comes down to heist, right? Like, usually, most heist matches are won by actually destroying the safe.
Yep.
But this is the first time that we saw the set end with the safe intact.
Yeah, everyone's just, you know, withdrawing from the safe, you know, just a bit. You know, it's like your monthly income itself. You know, I'm gonna withdraw a bit of the safe, but then play it safe. All right, your turn to do it. Colette jumps in, take 10%. Then
It's like this slow burn, right? Just to scrape it off the surface.
Yep.
We get this this very just chip damage. It's very patient gaming. Obviously, I'm not used to it because the one that we saw is just all in. I give myself a Darrow. I'm gonna roll in and screw you guys. I'm doing my job.
Yep.
But this case is they're not coming towards us, but we're not going towards them either.
Yep.
So you run out the clock for all 3 rounds.
Maybe the players just woke up. Maybe it's like, you know, the first game of the day.
You wake up at 5:30.
Why not if you've been gaming all night long? Or maybe you'll be working on a different timeline.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, okay.
Pandemic times, it's a bit tougher, but I do agree, it's a bit slower. It's a bit something different than what you used to have. I agree with you. It used to be like OK Corral. The moment you walk in, it's like just gun blazing, brawler jumping in.
Yeah, like the round starts and
how to say, organized chaos.
yeah, 30 seconds in the safe explodes. You know,
Yep.
that's generally what we're used to. But with that aside, now we head towards hit the ring of fire, right? We head towards hot zone, and this is a mode that you don't get to sit back. You gotta move on forward. So obviously I'm expecting to see a slightly different side from both teams, but just based off of game 1, it feels like Winter is a bit more composed in these kind of situations in terms of like their thought process and how to play the matches.
Definitely Winter is still building up the snowman. It's, you know, the snowflake just falls, everything is still on the ground, it's still fresh snow. Like we're still in summer right now in where we are.
Yeah,
But,
it's always summer here.
it's always summer. But that's what I was saying. Winter, you know, they're building up everything. They try to figure out against Fluffy. I feel like they don't really need to take much of thought process. It's not to pin down Fluffy to be, you know, the the team that is much more easier to beat, but it's much more like it's the early stage of the series.
So don't overthink it, right?
Don't overthink it. Just do it. Just pick a brawler. Pick what you feel comfortable. Pick what you want. Run into it. Because if you don't run into problem, you might have a solution of just winning with brute force.
Yeah, well, it's kind of the saying of like, pick what you want to win with, and pick what makes you feel good. To a certain extent, I think it always rings true, because that's what I do in my game. Like I would pick Bull for all I care. I will pick Bull in every single mode. Whether I win is another question, but if you feel good doing what you do, I think that's one way to boost that confidence. But again, when we talk about Ring of Fire, it's a kind of a different ball game. You can't just sit back and run the clock out. I mean, the clock can still run out, but you generally want to be in control, right? It's an easier way to win. And starting things off, again, Winter, a lot of priority on the Lola, and they do have that last pick, so they get to see what Fluffy brings out, and we see a very classic Sandy pick to kick it off.
Very, very good pick of the Sandy. Winter, as you said, staying true to the color. Lola, it's the way to go. I was thinking more of a Colonel Ross, where they change off the lineup. They still can go for a Colonel Ross, but it feels like it might defeat the purpose for the side of Winter. Now Fluffy, they have to answer this. They have to play a bit of fast pace. I was thinking about Stu, then I just remember Stu just got banned. Squeak is going to be perma banned, so I think we can remove him out of the game permanently for like this whole series, because like last series Winter banned Squeak. This series, last map Winter banned the Squeak. This map Fluffy banned the Squeak, because they know how powerful is the Squeak in the current meta.
Yeah, I'll tell you like who will perma-ban Squeak. Our friends at the Barca broadcast.
Yeah.
They absolutely hate Squeak.
Oh yeah.
They hate Squeak for the squeaky noise.
But I'm kind of rude for the team to pick Squeak just to annoy
yeah, well,
them.
I mean,
it's just to
exactly
annoy
right.
them.
Like I personally think, Squeak is a strong brawler, no doubt about that.
Yep.
But I don't have an issue with the sound. I think the sound is really good.
It suits Fluffy. It suits Fluffy.
I think it's an
Fluffy
old
and
people
Squeaky.
thing, right? Like our friends over there are a bit
they stick with Mortis. They stick with something that is
yeah, they're a bit elderly, right?
Yeah.
They're not used to the adorable noises. So we get the bell into Fluffy's lineup, and Winter closes it out. We do not have a Stu, but we have a Max.
Yep.
Does the same thing, gives you the speed boost, lets you run your enemies down, and of course, the reposition. There's a lot of abilities on the side of Winter that gives them damage on the Lola. You have this displacement with the Gale, and of course Max just runs circles around you.
Yeah, I can see Winter bring it. This time, alright, we can solidify our stance on the hot zone. But Fluffy, they trying to go. Alright, we're still gonna go far. Hook and poke, Sandy do something about it. It's what I'll be saying. Fluffy from the start, they're a bunch of chill kids, they're cool kids. Oh okay, we can play this. Oh, we lost, it's fine. Just move on with life.
Yeah, like so one thing I quickly point out is that I do love this new design of the map. It's so much more vibrant.
Yeah. I totally agree with you. It's much more vibrant. Just looking at it this time, it's like no one. It feels like
you don't feel stressed while losing. That's that kind of thing. I mean, we see Winter finally taking over the hard zone. It did take them a while, right? But of course, on the side of Fluffy, you do have that ability to just dive bomb in, and kind of get control back, right? Those long range fights. You do have that upper hand, but that's where the Gale comes into play. You get displacement with the super, but there is always going to be a re-engage from the side of Fluffy. So just like what we expected, a more closer round with Fluffy trying to continue to put on the pressure and Winter trying to outmaneuver them. And I think they're doing a pretty good job getting control of the hot zone once more, at least putting up the numbers.
Yeah, it's just more of a back and forth right now. Sandy pop-ups the super. It's time to go in. You can't see them, but you have to, shoot in the dark. But what a shot coming from the side of Fluffy. But Winter, I feel like they still have everything control even though they lost the hot zone.
Oh, I mean, um, coincidentally, they were able to win out, you know, those 1v1s, right? In fact, it's just Miria again doing an amazing job, just constantly keeping Winter in check. And just running out the progression is, we're looking at about 82%. So one thing that Winter does have is the abundance of utility, but a lot of that damage is in Levi.
Yep.
It's just in the Lola. And if she goes down, then Winter kind of runs out of that output very quickly, and they get overwhelmed. And this is what we're seeing right now, where Winter is trying really hard, but they just find it, you know, incredibly difficult to dish out enough damage to get rid of the members of Fluffy. And Fluffy, they would just hide in the sandstorm, and are gonna get the progression up to 100. And it actually stops at 99, but all they have to do is just walk in.
Yeah, it stops at 99. Fluffy, they have to just, you know, walk in. As you said, just walk in and capture the last moment. But you can see Winter has a crossfire setup, but at the same time, it feels like they respected Fluffy a bit too much. Because the moment you see brawlers from the side of Fluffy jumping in, all right, back off, reset, do something else. Flank on the left or just walk around. I feel like Winter kind of respect Fluffy a bit more. Just look at the movement from the side of Winter. They see the brawler from the side of Fluffy coming in. They kind of back off. When Mira comes back off.
Yeah, but I think it's also kind of like the composition that they're running, right? We touched on kind of like the lack of damage that they have. Well, at least in two of the brawlers is not exactly the dueling type. See the sandstorm out of the guild, getting a good push. Still get a trade-off, but at least this time Winter were able to get themselves fairly decent lead with that 44 progression. But a lot of that weight is onto Levi to continuously dish out the damage, and he's not exactly the guy that can survive long in the battlefield. We don't have any support like a Byron, we don't have any zone control, we don't have any front line. It's all about that mechanical check from Winter. So if you lose all these individual fights, life does become slightly harder.
Yeah, I just had a thought process of who could be a good brawler in this matchup. I don't know, I feel like Ams.
Yeah, I mean, Ems has always been pretty highly sought after when it comes down to hot zone. I guess that's one way to look at it. Though right now Fluffy is in such a good position.
Yeah.
I think Winter finds it really hard again. Just you do all this ship damage, but to get Fluffy out is gonna be a completely different ballgame. They will be able to do so at least for now. He's knocked out to the Gale. Good push with the super. And a great reset in favor of Winter. So now they claim the lead. But the toughest task is to hold on, especially when Fluffy drops this sandstorm, right? They actually get the push off through the sandstorm and get that pick. As Winter does a really good job. Another super out from the Gale. As Winter kind of found a bit of an opening, but again, they need to hold on. This Gale is doing so much work. A third super in a row, but unfortunately, they run out of the damage at the very end. And now this is going to be really close. Winter needs to get in right now. But it took a bit too long. And Fluffy got the hot zone. We get a 1-1 in that overall series.
Yeah, it's surprised to see how Fluffy is controlling. It's kiting Winter. But as I said, we have to give props to Gale. Gale did his job, did his duty. He set up a lot for his teammates, but then I don't see the finisher coming in from the Winter side. They might have the right composition, but it feels like there's still something that is lacking. And it feels like can they move on? Can they put a much more stronger problem to the side of Fluffy? It's basically it's always mathematical problems that you have to set up right in front. Like you have to set up something that is hard for your opponent to solve, and then you try to solve it. You can't solve it. You try to brute force through it and see how much and how easy was the problem, and you have to test it out. But I feel like Winter in the last map itself in Hot Zone, it feels like there's a certain respect where they kind of respected how Fluffy plays this out, and then they kind of back off. You were saying that the lineup, that's how it works, but I feel like I don't know, it feels like something is missing. It feels like they lose ground way too easy.
Yeah, that's what we saw towards the very end, right? We saw just a fantastic play from the Gale, just supers after super, but they ran out of steam at the very last second.
Yeah.
And it kind of all stems with just the composition itself and the lack of damage that Winter brought into that round. Where we saw all this chip damage, but there's no finisher. So I think, you know, it's kind of on the composition. I think it was a big factor that costed them hot zone.
Yep.
But even then, we came into this with the expectation that it will be a very close series, right, between Winter and Fluffy. Obviously, Winter does have the endorsement, you know, of Rising Sun Esports. But so far, I think we're seeing a way more even match than what we anticipated, right? And with Winter kind of losing the hot zone, it's very unfortunate because I felt like we already saw the conclusion of that by the end of round 1, before the set even ended.
Yep. And this now is the momentum breaker. Now is into Brawl Ball. Brawl Ball is always like, you know, it feels like the tipping, the skill, the balancing skill, like make it or break it. It's like it's where teams turn things around. It's where, you know, the shift of momentum moves around on the Brawl arena itself. You know, the god of Brawl Stars has, you know, made Brawl Ball to be a balancing skill where it shifts things up. And this time Fluffy, they might have the momentum. They might kind of see what how Winter is playing it out. So Fluffy has to take this advantage. They have to go much more aggressive. I'm expecting brawlers that they can pick out. They can pick out the Jeanette if possible. They can also pick up the Crow if they want, because Crow is a bit much more classical on Brawl Ball. Get the ball, kick it in front, jump right in front. You get the ball yourself and then try to score it. And it feels like Fluffy, they can pick this kind of composition and try to go a bit more aggressive. Try to test the tempo.
I remember there's also a different approach where people just pick very beefy frontliners.
You mean Frank?
Yeah, well, we've seen Frank before and we know how that went.
No.
It was the only brawler with more than 10,000 HP.
Yep.
And it's a menace on Brawl Ball.
Yep.
Because of how deadly he was. But then again, I believe it was ran by like Zeta Division. So that's kind of a completely different story, and it was almost a year ago. We'll see if you know, Fluffy or Winter have the same idea. I personally was thinking of the Max, but obviously Fluffy had the same foresight to that, so they got rid of the Max, so you don't get this Max press super and we run you down composition anymore.
Yep. They even took out the Stu as well. The mobility is taken out. So right now, okay, they picked up Crow for the side of Winter, but I was thinking like maybe they can just, you know, use this to test the mental game. You pick 3 beefy brawler, maybe El Primo, Frank, and
Forgetting about Daryl.
Daryl, you can pick Daryl as well, or you can. No, I feel like maybe something else. If Daryl has been taken out, but instead they went for the Leon. They went for safety.
Pretty interesting approach with the Leon. Though I believe we saw Leon on most like knockout, bounty. But when it comes to Brawl Ball,
not on Brawl Ball,
yeah, Leon is not really kind of the primary brawler that you generally want to go for. Well, sure, he has the invisibility, but the court isn't really, you know, accommodating to the Leon.
Well, you know, if the opponent don't see you, you can just run up behind the lineup, right? But sure, I'm not sure what Winter, maybe divide and conquer. Try the best to really like take the map control, ball possession. It feels like Fluffy is just running with that.
Yeah, well, we see like what, 2 invisibilities right now. You know, we have the Leon, of course we have the Sandstorm. But for Winter, they go with the Gale once more. One of the few brawlers that the super can actually take away your possession of the ball. So it is one way for Winter to kind of flip the script around, but I'm struggling to figure out what that last brawl is going to be. So yeah, Winter again, another front line that is kind of what we expected, right? You cannot have no one standing in front, and I think this looks like a more balanced composition for Winter compared to the last 2 rounds where it was all about that safe long distance fight. This time there is someone to stand in front.
Yep, definitely there is someone that stands in front. It's the whole peanut butter and jelly recipe. You have the bread, you have peanut butter and jelly. So nothing can go wrong with the lineup.
Would you be surprised if I told you that I don't think I've had peanut PBJ before? Not that I remember in my head. Don't think I've had peanut butter jelly.
Well, you have peanut butter and toast, right?
Yeah, well, yes, but I always wonder how it would be with jelly. So I mean, as a kid, I always thought the jelly is
it's not jelly. It's just strawberry jam or blackcurrant jam.
That's the thing. I always thought it's actual like jelly beans or something. My whole life has been a lie.
Well, this time the ball it's in the hand. It's in shape not of a ball this time. It looks like a silver jelly, but it is in the hand of Winter. They do have strength and they are walking close, and that's a goal. They just walk in.
As there's one way to do it, Again, we have the car, right? So we say, yeah, Fluffy, you do have the search, needs time to ramp up. Sandy and Leon, they're invisible. But you know what the car can do? Just Beyblade you down.
Yeah.
And there we have it.
It feels like.
Well, I mean, we again, right? That's kind of like the stark difference. That when they pick the car, it really changes things up a lot. And sure, you have invisibility. You can sneak the ball away. You have surge. It's gonna constantly scale up. But no one can stand up to the car.
I feel like the search at one point was like kind of like that double-edged sword. Like, all right, he can jump right in front. He can take you down. But, But
wow.
Here's the problem about the search. It takes time to build
exactly,
up.
Right?
It's too slow pace that Winter doesn't want to play the slow pace. They want to play like, oh, let's go, let's move in, let's do something, and create a problem. And I feel like Fluffy, they kind of got themselves in this.
They just won? I mean, yeah, well, Levi still needs a bit more in the car, but we saw how sneaky he was, right?
Oh.
Yeah, a good try, You missed every shot you don't take. But with all things considered, I mean, Winter still has that one goal.
Yep.
So even if the clock runs out, they still win the set.
Yeah, but the thing about the lineup for Fluffy. It's time based. The longer it is, the stronger, but then not in number. But they managed to clear it up.
Just in time, Surge level 3. But do they have enough damage though? They don't. They just do not have enough.
Yeah. It's
definitely a faster set from Winter's side.
Yep.
So they're one set away from knocking Fluffy out of the tournament and securing a rematch. But they're securing an audience with Zeta Division 0.
Yep. I will still stick with my guts, saying that it's gonna be a 3-2. Winter in hand, 3-2. So I feel Fluffy might just pick up the next map. But it's definitely Fluffy is trying to up the pace, try and bring something up on the table, and they know, okay, we try and go for the late game, we try and go with search. It's a bit slower, it takes time to build up, but we have to give them props. It's a good try. It's a good, the way that they are molding themselves into that whole Brawl ball. They have an idea. They have an idea. It was not the best, but it was still a good idea.
Yeah, it does look slightly, it's like a very sluggish lineup just
Yep.
because, like we've emphasized a couple of times, it needs time.
Yep.
But unfortunately, you know, Winter did not give them that time, right? And even when we looked at that very last round where they kind of had a bit more room to work with, it was not enough. And I think, again, we felt like this so far, all we've been seeing primarily is just how the drafts really influenced the result of the game. We say the same for Winter in set number 2, where they did not have enough damage
Yep.
to push Fluffy off the hot zone. And in Brawl Ball, it's just Fluffy not having any resources to match up against the Tempo Winter.
Yeah, definitely it's a bit hard, but the next matchup is definitely gonna be real important, especially for Fluffy, cause it's do or die.
Oh, yeah.
They have to win. There's no more, you know. Okay, we're gonna drop down. There's no more dropping down. You just drop out after this.
Yes, you don't get to play anymore.
Yeah, you don't get to play, and it is gonna be bounty. It's gonna be shooting stars. I'm expecting Fluffy to be much more aggressive, and oh no.
We see the tick out for Winter already. It's one of a few brawlers that, at one point when it comes down to bounty, tick is like the brawler to go for.
Yep.
Right, even in most like gem grab or highs, you see tick everywhere. So it's good to see Winter going back for our little bomb tossing robot.
The Squeak is in play. They can pick up Squeak.
Do you think they would?
Just for the annoying factor, so sure, why not?
Yeah, but if I want to win, do I want to pick Squeak? You know, I think that's the main question that needs to be answered.
Why not? I still will go for it. It's like Winter has nothing to lose. Like, you know, yeah, they're one set away to moving forward, but at the same time, they can test. They can use this time to actually utilize it to think like how they are gonna play it, and especially if they have the confidence that they can win against Fluffy, this is time that, you know, just think what kind of lineup that you can play that you can throw at Zeta Division.
Yeah, but I think in this case, when we see the Leon out, we see a very classic, just pick you off.
No Squeak.
Yeah, there's no Squeak. There's no way they pick Squeak, right? I think.
Ow.
I would like to think no.
Okay.
So I think, they picked the Jeanette. So I think that makes so much more sense.
Yeah.
You have some access to the back line with the Leon, a lot of facilitation that really throws a wrench in it. I mean, you basically spread the battlefield, right?
Yeah.
So much chaos.
It will throw us off if they picked up the Squeak. Just now, it's like,
No way.
the moment I pick up the Squeak, it's like we kind of like contemplate. It's like, what are they trying to do again?
Don't think the Squeak should go through yet. There we go. That's the
Okay.
bell.
Right, so that's the lineup. That's the composition that's coming from Fluffy and Winter. So, Fluffy, Winter, this is going to be quite on the line for the side of Fluffy. But for Winter, I feel like they can be much more aggressive, especially with Jeanette in hand. But they have to be careful. So, because the brawlers that they have in hand is not particularly, you know, beefy, tanky at all.
Yeah, we do have some durability issues Winter's draft. What we do have is all these very annoying zone controls, and once more, on the side of Fluffy, you have both Bell, and I think most of them are fairly bulky in terms of the health pool.
Yeah.
So Winter is gonna find it a bit tough to take those fights head on, even with the tick chip damage slowly pushing them back. You can see that the rest of the team just is having a bit of a problem trying to get through the health pool of Fluffy.
yeah, definitely a bit of problem. Fluffy, they're slowly losing some ground. Meanwhile, for the side of Winter, they are, you know, able to force something. I think, is this the swap of the draw itself? Because I remember seeing,
Yeah, I mean, Winter, they do have the tick.
yeah.
Yeah, well, yeah, wait, there's no mistake about that.
Oh, okay, yeah,
Yeah, I thought I was confused.
yeah.
It's the same. I mean, Tick has the super, right? Kind of like the last resort. If Fluffy tries to run into them, the Tick throws the super, and you get this big homing mine that might just net you that crucial kill at the very end. But we are seeing Fluffy slowly but surely gaining ground, and of course they also do have their own gap closers. So Winter knows that this is not even close to being over. In fact, actually pretty dangerous though. Uh-oh. The dive bomb in from the side of Fluffy, 15 seconds left. Miria getting caught out by the Leon, who was invisible. 5 stars over to Winter already. And of course, Levi now unleashes that airstrike. And all they need is 7 stars. So 7 stars to bring Winter 1 round away from that lower bracket finals.
Yep, 3 kills in the back. And Winter, win by not a big crazy margin that we have seen from, normally for Bounty we have seen like crazy like a close fight or 20 to 10 to it's a big fight, but this time it's more about I hold this ground, I do this, I try to get one, but Levi's gets taken down, but it will be trade off a 3-3, but the blue star goes into the hand of Fluffy. Fluffy does sit in the lead right now with 5 stars in hand. They could be sitting at 7 stars, but no. Jeanette jumps into the back line. Miria has to be careful, it will be taken down. The blue star still is in hand for the side of Fluffy, but Levi will be able to take the blue stars in hand. Goes for the lead. Winter, they have created the chaos. They have created the window of opportunity. They're sitting in the good lead, but they are losing map control.
Yeah, and Fluffy finally bringing the heat to Winter. Again, tournament lives on the line. Good snipe from Miria to bring it close. Just 2 stars separate these two teams. You have the super for this bell. Not the most offensive ones, of course. But for Winter, they now will, again, kind of fall back to this slower, more conservative play style. Like they always have. Something that has been keeping them safe. It's provided them stability. As long as you don't kind of make that misstep. Because everyone's kind of trying to look for that super as well. See Levi able to push on forward to give some pressure towards the Bonnie, but again, it is not going to be easy because Fluffy have such a thick health pool. 30 seconds left on the clock. And then we anticipate Fluffy to at least start making some moves. But with Winter and that Gale on their end, this is going to be a bit of a tough one for them. For Fluffy, you can see the Bonnie now moving forward, has that super, can go for the dive bomb, but they know that it's going to be a tall task. They gotta go for the final rush. Got the 11th star for themselves. Miria gotta stay alive, but that backline has been exposed, and the Jeanette will do the job. Winter, just a script of the teeth, skin of the teeth, makes it. It's a 3-1 finish in the series. Winter books that slot to fight against Zeta Division 0 for their 3rd slot into the Challenge Finals.
Yup, and Winter, I can finally say Winter is coming. So they are gonna go up against Zeta Division 0. The Titan has to meet up with the Vader. It's gonna be a tough one for Winter. It's gonna be a tall order to go up against, but one step. They just have to take things one step at a time. They have to just, chill out, look at how it's being played, look at how Zeta Division Zeros are gonna play it out. So it's gonna be much more important for them to analyze everything. Zeta Division Zero, definitely they've been watching the game. They are definitely keeping an eye close because they want to have a heads up. They want to have a leg up, especially going up against Winter, because they want to know what this the young blood coming into the whole community, the whole game plan is how are they going to defeat that?
Yeah, and when it comes to that, we have Snapdragon Elite Gaming to thank for, right? We talk about strategy, we talk about, tactics. It all comes together because winning does matter. And when winning matters, that's why we see this teams come to life with all these brilliant ideas and drafts, this fantastic mechanical plays. But alongside Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also have Monster Energy to thank for unleashing the beast within all of our players, and of course of us on broadcast as well. So do check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yep, definitely. And for everyone who wants to figure out more and to get more information, join the Discord server, discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, and you guys can, banter and figure out more about what's happening and what team, what brawler, or what game that you wanna play. And definitely, it's something that you guys need to get in, because that's where the things happens, the action happens.
Yeah, that's where we all are, and we will love the community. We need more people in there. And if you haven't joined the Discord just yet, you can take this moment to do so, because we will go on a short break and we will come back for more Brawl Star action.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me? Love, you don't want it with me. Man, you won't ever stop me. Who y'all really got a problem with? Who y'all really trying to solve it with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map. Get lost now with no extract. Like, look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Love, you got a problem with me. Love, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts you.
We're back for the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Challenge GSL Finals. I hope I say that right, because it does feel like the finals, right? We just finished the lower bracket semis, for Group A, and Winter made it through, taking up Fluffy 3-1, which means Fluffy's journey has ended. They will not continue to compete in the challenge, but they do walk away with $1,000 in terms of prize pool. That's something that I think everyone has been very generous with. I mean, Snapdragon themselves has been really really fine with just letting everyone have a share of the pie. But of course, before we see Winter take on Zeta Division 0, we do have some questions, and we do have an interview ready with the winner, one of the members of the winning team of Winter. I can't wait to meet him. It's gonna be Yotan. Hello, Yotan. Congratulations on making it to the lower bracket finals. Next up is you guys are gonna face off against Zeta Division 0. And what is the emotion right now, for you and your teammates?
まずはおめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
今のお気持ちをお聞かせください。
まあ次も多分試合あると思うんですけど、とりあえず一戦勝ててほっとしてる気持ちです。
Yeah, so we do, like I said, we have a match coming up, but for now, we feel very relieved winning this one.
Do you have anything, Adrian?
I think like to ease the whole tension that we have, I think for your time I have a question. I think also the fans for Winter as well. It's like, what's your favorite anime?
一番好きなアニメを教えてください。
アニメですか？
アニメです。はい。
ワンピースです。
Yeah, so my favorite anime is One Piece.
You are my new best friend. I love One Piece. I know you watch a lot of that, right? So we both love One Piece as well. So high five virtually from across the screen. But one last question before we send you off. So we did talk to Aaron from Rising Sun Esports a few days ago, and he says that Winter is going to upset Zeta Division 0 and make it into Challenge Finals. What do you think of that? How do you feel about that prediction coming out from Aaron?
はい、ライディングサン e スポーツのアーロン選手が以前インタビューで、ウィンターはゼータディビジョン0に勝つと思うとおっしゃっていまして、それについてどう思いますか？
勝ちたいって気持ちは大きいです。でもまあなんとも言えないって感じです。強いんでゼータディビジョン0は。
Right, so when it comes to feeling our emotions to win, I think it's bigger. But when it comes to actually winning, it might be a different story because they are quite strong.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've been expecting. But nonetheless, we are looking forward to a very great series coming up, and we'll send you off to prepare for that. Thank you very much for joining us. We look forward to see more of you guys. And I think, when we talk about facts, it's very hard, very concrete, right in front of us. Zeta Division 0 is the stronger team. But when it comes to will to win, that's the interesting part. They say that they feel like they have more will, a stronger will to win. They're more hungry than Zeta Division 0.
Yeah, definitely they have the drive in them. The long that you stand on top of the whole brackets, the long that you stand on top of the whole community as the dominant force, you kind of lose some of your ground sometimes. You kind of lose some part of you because you know like, all right, I can defeat this team, I can do this, I can do that, but you don't have the passion, you don't have that hunger, that I can't say passion, I have to say you don't have that hunger that you have when you started from the bottom of the chain itself.
Right.
When you started from the bottom that time, it's more about hunger, it's more about drive, it's more about how you want to push yourself towards the top. And when the moment you reach the top, you have to set another level where you have to build another top. You have to build another thing. It might sound like an MLM scheme that you have to build another.
But to be very fair, right? There is someone above Zeta Division 0, which is Zeta Division 1.
Yep.
So I think there's some sort of hunger still there, but I can agree with the fact that teams who have not tasted what it's like to be at the top
Yep.
generally would want to be there, right?
Yep.
Would have that drive to make it there. And Winter is going to be next on the list. But let's take a look at the updated bracket. We just saw Winter take down Fluffy 3-1. Very dominant, albeit a very, very slow series.
Yep.
Or it felt like it, but Winter was able to pick up the pace towards the tail end of it. And means sending Fluffy out of the tournament and securing themselves a match against Zeta Division 0. A rematch, in fact. So last time they met, it was a 3-0 in favor of Zeta Division 0.
Yep.
Clean cut. It's a painless death for Winter. And now Zeta Division 0 will have to do it again if they want to qualify for the Challenge Finals.
Yeah, definitely Zeta Division 0. They have to take down Winter. They have to stop the weather from becoming the reality. But you know, like Yotan say, his favorite anime is One Piece, and I kind of might want to say like it's either Fluffy or Zoro is his favorite character, but he has to take that form right now. He has to take that final form into him, and like really they have to propel Winter into the next stage itself. So Zeta Division 0, it will be a tall order, it will be a titan that they have to face up against, but it's the determination that they have. They must do it. If not, Zeta Division 0, they will join Zeta Division 1 into the top 4, and it's going to be a bit more of a very strong dominance that we can see. But Zeta Division 0, they are up next. Chappie, Tensai, and Kuro. These are the faces that, you know, we have seen them one too many times. We have seen them everywhere. They are like the poster boy at one time.
They certainly are for when it comes to the high level Brawl Star plays. But I mean, the only way for us to stop seeing them is someone takes them down, and that task lies in the hands of Winter.
Yep.
Very, very tough competition, and I think deep down in Yotan, and the rest of the team, they do understand that this is no easy feat, because they have been there on multiple occasions. And even the most recent one, it was a brutal beatdown in the hands of Zeta Division 0, a raid boss that not just Winter, but no one has been able to overcome except the sister team.
Yep.
And even then, it doesn't feel as glorious as it should be, because it's kind of like a sibling rivalry at that point. While watching this family drama where outsiders have no way to intervene, nor at least exert some kind of control. And I think in this case, Zeta Division 0 are feeling as confident as always. I mean, last year we did talk to Tensai a couple of times, and this year today we might get to talk to them again. If they beat Winter, which kind of seems to be the narrative right now.
Yeah, definitely. Winter, Batuman, Yotan, Manmi. It's it's a tall that they just done with one series against Fluffy. Now they have to go up against Zeta Division 0. They have to go up against the best of the best, especially from the same country, especially from the same the same pool that you play with, the same. Yeah, it's like
It's just another scrim, but with prize money.
Yeah. Okay, you can say
Sure,
that, right?
right?
Yeah, but I feel like it's more of a message right now. Both teams have a message to send.
Right.
Winter want to send a message that they want to defeat Zeta Division 0 and move on. That's a side objective, but the main objective is they want to defeat Zeta Division. They want to do their best to defeat one of the Zeta Division.
Sure.
Zeta Division Zeta Division 0 on the other hand, they have a message to send that they are one dominant force. No matter how many teams that they branch out, Zeta Division 1, 0, they have the infinite number to play with.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, right? I cannot believe I have not looked into this. I just want to figure out how many games have Zeta Division as an organization, right? Like we count 1 and 2, 0 and 1 together, have beaten. How many matches or series have they won without dropping without dropping a single series. I gotta check that out later on because I think we have a huge number. But if you guys know that answer, or if you guys have time to help me do my research, do let me know down in the comments. I'm just kidding. I'll do my own homework. But drop any information that you might know, any opinions, any comments, any memes in the comment section with the hashtag Snapdragon Pro Series, and we'll stand a chance to have that featured on the broadcast. But if you are someone who likes to predict the winner, this is your time to shine. Do you think Winter is going to win? Or do you think that Zeta Division 0, as always, will join their brethren in that challenge finals? Let us know in the Twitch chat. And we'll find out in a bit. And I think this is the first step towards that conclusion because we are into the picks and bans. And this is the map pool that's going to settle the score. It's up in this lower bracket final. Split, Hard Rock Mine, Flattering Phoenix, Super Beach, and Layered Cake.
I do not like this rotation at all. You start with Hot Zone, then Jam Grab, then Knockout. The first two is okay. You're able to start off with a couple of momentum. Then the third one is somewhat of a decider. Map itself, you kind of forced into a very safety gameplay coming from the team, especially that they are sitting at a very not in the lead. Because if Zeta Division 0 is in the lead for the first two map, then the third map, Winter, they have to really think it through what do they want to play. And Zeta Division 0, they run with a different lineup and they instantly lock to instant. It's like now Winter, they have to face this. That shows a bit of a mental game coming from Zeta Division 0 because the moment you lock to brawlers, like we are taking, you know that you're coming in with a plan.
Yeah.
You know that you're coming in for a fight, and they pick up this two.
There's so much mobility.
Yeah.
You can just run down Winter, take control of the hot zone. We see the Bonnie being picked up. It's understandable, but we're seeing the Penny. And that one is a brawler that we've not seen in ages.
Yeah, it's been some time since we've seen her, and Sandy will be the last one for the side of Winter. So Zeta Division 0 will have the last pick, they will have the last laugh, and it will be the Colonel's Wrath. I feel Zeta Division 0, it's very standard, it's very all around.
It's very textbook, very by the book. You see these kind of lineups, it's very robust. Nothing can go wrong with it. Not as flashy for sure, but it gets the job done.
Yep. So Winter, they have to test the first phase of the final boss, which is Zeta Division 0, and can the lineup do it for the side of Winter? What do you think?
Play Dark Souls boss music, wait for the "you die" screen. but in all honesty, I think when we talk about Split, it's gonna be two hot zones, right? So we'll see if on the side of Winter they can at least get some sort of control. And so far we get out to a very standard opening where both teams kind of split their members apart. Winter taking the left side instead of Division 0 taking the right side. And so far things are going exactly how both teams will want them to be. We see that Colonel Ruff, this artillery strike Tensai is slowly getting pushed away by the members of Winter. Very well done by the Bonnie itself. But you can say the same for Zeta Division 0, where they don't mind giving up the space early on because they do have the capability to go in hot later on. So we see Zeta Division 0 being the first team to hit that 50%. And that means that right now they have all the liberty that they want to do to start taking control of the Winter side. And Kuro has already made it onto the other end. And in the blink of an eye, Zeta Division 0 takes control.
Yeah, I kind of expect the movement coming from Kuros. At the moment, the still has his out super. Is just going to bash through the walls. Just going to create another walkway for them to walk in. Achapi is having a play a bit more of a defense of the hot zone, but will drop down. Tensai has to pick up the ball. He will spin himself into the hands of the opponent, and at the same time will send himself to the graveyard. Will have to come back a bit later. But Winter, they have the advantage right now. They have both hot zone and they are defending one. They are meanwhile attacking the other one. But Tensai will be able to hold on. Kuro has to get in, but Tensai doesn't need his own assist. But finally will be taken down a bit too early. But
What fantastic job from Tensai, right? He's bought so much time. And now he's just going to go on to take out Penny, to get their numbers rolling. And again, if you're Winter, you got to take control of that right side. But the Chapi and Kuro, they're just doing such a fantastic job. That defense is rock solid. Tensai would need some time to get the help back up, and that's where we see the Sandy walk on forward, try to keep him back. But that means Kuro sneaks back into the back line, trying to take control of that zone, and he has really done so. And Zeta Division Zero knows that as long as they stay alive, they can run out the clock, but they get bursted down in the last seconds. Winter cutting it very close. Chapi, can you hold on? Because Winter is also running down the progress. 90% for them already. Time is running out. Tensai again makes it back onto the site. Levi in a sandstorm, but Tensai takes them out. And Zeta Division Zero rocks round number 1.
yeah, Zeta Division Zero rocks round number 1, but I feel like it's a bit a close call.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's you know, it's not in the fashion where, you know, Zeta Division Zero like have the dominant force. It feels like Winter might play ball with Zeta Division Zero, and it might be a problem if Winter figures out how to go up against the lineup.
Yeah, it's not like Zeta Division Zero comes in and wins in 30 seconds and Winter got 0%, right? We're down to just a 10% differential, but we're seeing the same pattern again, same start at least.
Agree, but with the lineup that you see from the side of Zeta Division Zero, we've seen it's a bit of a textbook lineup. It's a bit of a, you know, a common lineup that you see, and you don't see that dominance. The moment you go for a very safety lineup and you don't see dominance coming out from that, it feels like, is it not showing its true power yet?
Yep, probably a warm-up round for them. And again, we see both teams now taking control of the second part of the zone. And Winter is just winning by a fraction of a second.
Yep.
So Zeta Division Zero needs to get Penny off the point. Able to do so just in time. And like you said, right, this is the litmus test for both teams, right, to see how far Winter can push this. And we see Zeta Division Zero is allocating 2 members, in fact 3 members, onto that right side, just to make sure that, okay, Winter can step foot on it, and we always have a way to at least get our progress going. And Tensai is just gonna hide in the corner, forced out by the Penny Cannon. But of course, you have Kuro there to provide assistance, and this is such a solid defense from both teams.
Yep, solid defense, but looking from the side of Winter, they were able to sneak a couple of seconds, and Zeta Division Zero is doing the same thing on the left hard zone. It feels like both teams is just trying to steal as much as possible, and Sandy pulls up the sandstorm. You will see, oh, Tensai being brought down, but it will be a Chapi going for the trade, so it's still a bit of stalemate, but in favor of Winter. Winter sitting at 74%. Meanwhile, Zeta Division Zero sitting at 72%. Kuro jumps in. Tensai will be able to take down one brawler, and they will be able to assault onto the hot zone.
It's just the teamwork, right? Again, like even in round the first round, it's the teamwork from Zeta Division Zero that got them the win. And of course, Winter doesn't want to let this go. But unfortunately, they have already lost control. Even with the Sandstorm, it's not going to do too much. Chapi just stands on top. Set number 1 for Zeta Division Zero.
Yep, set number 1 for Zeta Division Zero. Will this be another deja vu that comes and haunt Winter? I don't know. It might be, because we are at 33% of that goal.
We are on the same track.
Yep.
Once more.
And you can look at Zeta Division Zero. They're still pretty chill. They're not really phased.
Yeah, and you got stretched a bit. It's like, first game is done. Oh, guys, we're ready to play.
Yep. Stretch out, hydrate, and definitely a lot of thinking for the side of Winter.
Mm.
They really have to take this time. They really have to take this time, because next up is going to be, if I'm not mistaken, it is Jam Grab. Yep, it's Jam Grab. Then after that, it goes to Knockout. So Jam Grab, they have to figure out, because the tempo is still somewhat similar. You want to hold on to the center map where is the gem spawner itself. So definitely it has a slight same principle as Hot Zone. You want to stay in that area, you want to control that zone, you want to try to kite and push the enemy away. So you might see some brawlers that is a thrower type. You might see a couple of brawlers that want to jump in, maybe a search, maybe a stew if both these get lats in. You can also who else do you have in mind? You can pick up the Jeanette
Maybe like the
as well.
Bonnie as well, right?
Bonnie,
Yeah.
yep.
One of the few. I remember. So I think at the very start in the split finals, we did see people pick up Fang. That has been been non-existent for quite a while, right? I remember, I believe Zeta Division or Rising Sun Esports, they were picking up Fang very actively, and we did have a lot of highlight reels from that time. But of course, right now we are not seeing it. I mean, the format has changed a bit with kind of the picks and bans of the brawlers, kind of making it a bit more complicated. But I think overall, Zeta Division 0, even though in those two close rounds on the first set, one thing that did stood out, that did make the big difference, was how Zeta Division 0 cooperated with one another. And I think that really was the key that allowed them to win, even though Winter did put up a pretty good fight.
Yep, I feel that Zeta Division 0, they apply the Winter rule, you know, when in cold, just hold your body out, you know, keep the body warm together, you know. Always have the buddy system there, and Zeta Division, you can see, they always have the buddy system.
Right. Not sure if the quote works like that. If you're cold, you hold your body out. But you said
it's a survival thing, you know.
yeah, but you don't hold your partner like out in the cold. You hold them. Yeah. So that makes more sense. Like holding them is like it's cold outside, but nah,
We are not doing some, you know, Jack and Rose where, you know.
no.
But
Do they both perish, right? I don't know.
Rose actually survived.
Actually, okay. Forgive me, I did not watch it. I did not watch Titanic. That's how you know I don't watch Titanic. In fact, I heard some people saying that Titanic is actually a horror movie, but it's a conversation for another day, right? I need to go back and watch some classics, because I think there's some people out there who's like, oh my god, you have not watched Titanic.
Man, you made me sound like a boomer, but we are going down to a hard rock mine for Jam Grab Zeta Division 0. They took out Jeanette and Colonel Ross. Meanwhile, for the side of Winter, they took out the Sandy. So it's all up to the three brawlers that they're gonna pick up. Oh, Winter is gonna start strong. Zeta Division 0, they will respond with two brawlers in hand. So what will be the two brawlers that Zeta Division 0 will bring to the equation? And to build up on the lead and go in for a clean, they will pick up the Leon, they will pick up the Stew, and Winter, they have to respond.
Yeah, I do love this approach from Zeta Division 0. It's the same as, you know, when we looked at the first set, where Zeta Division 0 made sure that they have the last pick so they can kind of counter draft and pick that gotcha brawler that wins them, or at least gives them a huge advantage on the set. And in this case, again, the Stew with the mobility and some form of destructive power to take out terrain. Leon, just good for individual pickoffs, invisibility, fantastic for Hard Rock Mine. But Winter now, aside from the card, they bring in the Crow as well. So we have these very two fast brawlers running around on the battlefield. And Winter taking this very aggressive stance into Zeta Division 0.
Yeah, now that's a problem. Okay, even the Leon can go, you know, invincible, stay alive a bit. But the moment that Leon doesn't have that, like, how do you deal with the aggression that's coming up from Winter? Not only talking about just the Crow, but the car itself. It's an issue, and I don't know if they want to go for the Byron. It feels like they're kind of cornered into running into a Byron or a brawler that can maintain the sustainability of the brawlers. Like,
What about the Tara? Alright, so it is a Byron. I was thinking of the Tara so you get more control, but I suppose the Byron is the safer choice to go for, right? You can't need that healing, you can't need to sustain. And on top of that, if you are dealing with the Crow damage over time, then yes, the Byron does feel more important in this draft. So good call on that one. I would have picked Tara and we would have lost.
It might give it a try. It might, give Winter the comeback of their life, and they might be able to defeat Zeta Division 0. But we have to jump into the game. This is the second map. Hard Rock Mine, Zeta Division 0. They have the Jam spawner inside. They somewhat control the middle of the map. Everyone has their own matchup. Byron has his own matchup. Crow has its own matchup with the Leon. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I guess the good thing is that there is no one on Winter that can take out that Stu utility, right? So it is always going to be online, and Tensai gets the benefit of it. And being the gem grabber, you get that little boost that's going to allow you to at least get something done. Levi goes on the aggression, tries to take some gems away, and actually working out in favor of Winter. Kuro also does not stand, and completely catching Zeta Division 0 out by surprise.
Yep. It's kind of surprisingly to see how Zeta Division 0 the respawn is. Because the AC call moving in. They have to stop this countdown. Countdown started for the side of Winter. They are sitting very comfortable, and I feel like
this round is done.
Yeah, it's over. It's done and dusted.
What a good round for Winter, right? Both times we see the car just rolled in and just Beyblades its way. Something that is kind of a recurring theme that we saw in the previous series where you just don't have the damage to stop this car. And wow, Winter kind of drawing some blood. Well, not blood just yet, but they were able to land the first blow at least, the first punch. So we see minor adjustments out from Zeta Division 0. They've moved the Stu utility, they've moved Tensai off to the left side. It's a Chapi's turn now to collect all the gems for himself. I think it's probably a better adjustment, right? Levi finds it harder to deal with Tensai when he is not tasked with collecting stuff. He does have his own damage over time, and look at this, Chapi just drops his Invis Beacon. And now Winter will have a hard time trying to not just snuff him out, but to stop him. But they were able to stop his teammate and get control of the center point again.
I don't know, even with this lineup, okay, they're going back with the same rotation, the same setup. Tensai have to sit in the middle this time, but they have to deal with the Levi. The car is just annoying, and this was what I was trying to say during the drafting phase. Like, it feels like they're cornered to go in for the Byron, but the car itself was an issue. But feels like the Crow jumps in, counter time has been started. Kuro might have to soak up, they have to buy time. Levi try to create the distance and go in, but it's too late, it's too far. Kuro will just soak it up. Once again, they have to bring down Tensai, but it was so close. Look at that.
Tensai was one hit away from going down, and the countdown would have reset it. And we see, right, minor adjustment from Zeta Division, and all it took was one flank from a Chapi, and suddenly the whole round turns on its head. We got a series on our, we got a set on our hands at least.
Now
round number 3 in this set, Zeta Division 0 again starting off same arrangement, but at least a different arrangement. It's going to be a Chapi and Tensai just playing tag team down mid. And keeping track of where the car is, because they figure out that, alright, this car wasn't rolled in. As soon as they get a super, we'll put members there to stop him. And Zeta Division 0 so far is off to a pretty decent start.
they definitely have to keep the Carl in check because the Levi's objective is take down the Byron, and that it opens up the whole map. Chappie and Kuro like kind of have like stumble and they have to run for the gem itself. And Tensai, the moment he spawns, he's gonna get knocked out. He's gonna get sent back. Chappie finally addressed the issue of the Carl, but Chappie getting the heals from Tensai. That's a good one, but Carl, he's back.
Here he comes.
He has his sight targeted on Chappie. Chappie has to be careful. Kuro will set up the movement boost, but
they found him, they found him.
They got them. They're picking it up. They are turning and running. With all the gem, they could turn the tide around.
Can Tensai stop this though? I don't think Tensai can. He just went down. 12 gems in the hands of Winter. Chappie can't find it. Winter, what a great way. And Levi just doing his job. Fantastic on that Carl. So no more 3-0.
Yep.
We're not going down the same path again. Winter turning that around and taking one set off of Zeta Division 0 in a very, I would say, pretty convincing set. You know, that Carl pick was magical. And it was even the first pick as well from Winter.
Yep.
The priority that came from that Carl was what led them to the victory.
Yeah, I like how the Carl was picked. Then they went with the Crow. It forces Zeta Division. Okay, they were kind of confident. They went with Stu. Then they went with Leon. It was a Leon. Then second pick Stu.
Yeah.
Then the moment the way how you look at how Winter drafted with third brawler, the third brawler was Carl, it was a Crow, and if I'm not mistaken,
Crow and I think
Lola, was it?
Yeah, Carl, Crow, and Lola.
Yep. So it forces Zeta into, you know, okay, we can bounce, we can drop back to the healing brawler that can sit behind, heal up the frontliner. You can heal up the Leon, you can heal up the Stu. You play the mobility, you play the invincibility, you play the moving around brawler. But here's the problem. You have two brawlers on the side of Winter that is able to jump back. It's able to jump the back line. You have the Crow that can just jump back line, burst the Byron down. You have this hyper, you know, it feels like Carl is like an ADHD kid. The moment he sees that there's a target, he's just rush in. And it feels like if X9J was playing in that position, that was the perfect position.
Oh yeah.
X9J, he has this drive, you know, that the moment he sees a target, he is laser lock, tunnel in, just
like I do not care what is happening.
Yep.
Like you're going down.
Yep.
Okay, I will die trying. You know, that's, but I think they were able to pull through at the very end. I think Zeta Division 0 definitely had their own reasonings, right? They put Byron at the very end, trying to disrupt the respawn, but they forgot that the crowd slipped through.
Yep.
Kind of that was the be-all end-all for Zeta Division 0, and that means that we actually get a finals on our hands. I was slightly concerned when Zeta Division 0 recovered. We felt like we were going on going for that 2-0, but right now we are gonna get at least the fourth set.
A confirmed fourth set. Third set, if I'm not mistaken, it's knockout, right? So yep. So knockout. It's now this is tempo. This is time. We have seen Zeta Division. We have seen Winter. We have seen Zeta Division in one. Fluffy. The way how they approach this map rotation, the way how they approach it, it's more about slower. It's more about you pick up the Pam, you pick up the Squeak, you pick up okay, Bo Jeanette is not in, Byron is not in, so it kind of opens up all of this into Zeta Division 0, Winter. They might just wait for, you know, the moment the poison cloud just surrounds you, and that is where it's do or die, it's fight or flight moment. So the brawlers that they pick up might want to be to have durability. They might want to have prioritize on healing.
Yeah, we see Winter starting off with the Genie. So we got this, and they banned the Fang as well. So it's a very interesting ban coming up from Winter, fearing what Zeta Division Zero can bring out. I think the Fang would be a decent choice, but it's their turn to take the pennies, their turn to take the Bonnie for Zeta Division Zero. So very interesting approach coming up from them. We have a lot of long-range artillery, and we have the ability to not just front line, but also to jump towards the back line.
Yep. So Zeta Division Zero with 2 opening pick sets up a problem for the side of Winter. They go with Pam, so that's the durability that you have. So yeah, what else do you need from the side of Winter? It feels like they, with 2 brawlers in hand, they somewhat have, but it's sustainability. Byron's out. Who?
They primarily use like Byron, Pam. If we talk about just pure healing, right? I mean, unless you want to go for Tara with the shadows, but that's very indirect.
Yep.
Or the Poco, that's also pretty indirect as well. So the Sprout is going to be the last choice for Winter. Coming into this, a lot of control. Not necessarily the most damage output on the team, but overall, wow, they don't really have the much damage output, but they certainly have a lot of utility that can turn the fight around. And Zeta Division Zero, full on aggression.
Yep.
Tick.
All full steam ahead towards Winter. They are not faced by the map that they dropped, and Winter. I was thinking about a throw, and they pick out the Sprout itself. So feels like they are playing the long game. They are playing the phase where the poison guard comes in. Zeta Division Zero, on the other hand, does not think about that. They will not think. They want aggression. They want kills. They want to step up ahead. We are in map number 3. This is the 3rd set, and who will take the lead? Will it be Zeta Division Zero, or will it be Winter? Winter playing on the red side, meanwhile Zeta Division Zero will be playing on the blue side.
Yeah, and of course, if Winter wins this set, they take the lead in the series. But like you said, right, it's all about the long game. And now we're worried about getting those kills early on, but because they have the Sprout, we can block off a lot of these choke points and really force Zeta Division Zero into a bad spot. But at the cost of that, they are losing a lot of control with Zeta Division Zero. They're slowly inching forward, slowly pushing up. Winter thus far is holding up pretty well, and now here comes a dive bomb. Tensai towards the back line, ends up going down. Does not get the kill. And this is bad news for Zeta Division Zero.
Yeah, Zeta Division Zero has to be careful. Pam's gonna run down Kuro, but Chappie goes down as well. Kuro will be knocked out. That is the first. Still need 1 more before they can collect this round. So Winter sitting in a comfortable lead, but they have to put on the pressure. They have to crack Zeta Division Zero. They have to put in the Bone Chill. Tensai. They have to move up, but the Pam is just not giving them the comfort at all.
Yeah, I just constantly pelts them with bullets. And Winter is just dragging things out. You know, keeping in mind the fact that they have the tools to help them win. The later the longer the game drags on. And Zeta Division Zero, they've already tried option number 1, which is to send Tensai straight into the back line, but that didn't work out. And right now, everyone on the side of Winter have their supers ready. They picked up a Chappie. That's a good start. Tensai does have his super, but who do you go for though? Maybe you go for the Genie. And look at Levi. He's actually trapped, but as that super expires, they just overwhelm Zeta Division Zero to take that very first match.
Wow, what a start from Winter. The way how they address the lineup, the long game favors Winter, and I'm not sure how Zeta Division Zero wants to go up against this. And this is going to be a big problem for Zeta Division Zero with this lineup. And finally, they take one down. Pam has to stand in front, but he's getting pelted left and right, trying to make his way up into safety. But oh, the positioning now is it needs a reset from the side of Winter. And Zeta Division Zero finally amp up their aggression. They know that they can't play the long game, because the moment they play the long game, it will go in favor for Winter. So they will try to end things fast, and they will try to force an issue.
And this should be the first round for Zeta Division Zero, no questions asked. As we see that they like you say, right, they amped up the aggression a bit, get the initial pick, and Winter just could not function. See if they can keep that pressure up, because Winter now taking a slightly more defensive stance. Start off the round, two of the members is playing from behind. Kuru's tick is really making life hard for the Sprout to even walk out forward.
Yep.
But of course, Zeta Division Zero, even if they win this one, it is just a 1-1 at the end of the day. In this series, at least, in this set. So for Winter, they want to make sure that all hosts are plugged. You don't let Zeta Division Zero sneak through like the last time. And when it comes to that late game, when those poison clouds are closing in, that's where we will see the Sprout really shine.
Yeah, and aggression starting to be amped out from Winter, because I believe Winter knows the poison cloud is coming in. Tensai has to spread out towards the left. Kuru play on the right, and here comes the aggression. Pam has
what
to
a
put
pull.
on the heel, but Tensai will be brought down. This is the replication of the same thing, but this time Zeta Division Zero will be able to tie things off. What a late gameplay.
Yeah, and we saw the problem right there. Again, we say that very defensive, but not the most damage-dealing composition, right? When everyone was piling up, but Winter just did not have the damage to finish the job. It started so well. They grabbed Tensai in, they grabbed the kind of the front line and brought him to his knees. But they did not have enough output. They ran out of gas before they could deal with Zeta Division Zero. And all these explosions from Machapi and Kuru finished them off.
Yeah, I feel like they are just playing on, you know, hoping Tensai make the mistake, jump in, go in for the aggression, like try to go for the kill. But it doesn't feel that way. Feels like Zeta Division Zero recognized that Tensai did not even went for the jump until the late game, when they know that, you know, it's time to go for the juggler, and Winter just suffocate from that. This time, Winter, they're gonna play super aggressive, especially the poison cloud is up. Pam sitting quite low.
She did.
Tensai will bring him down. That's a clear off the floor. Zeta Division Zero has an advantage. Winter, can they bounce back?
Such an aggressive maneuver from Zeta Division Zero. Finally, utilizing this composition to its fullest. We talk about how it's the all-out aggression, just run in, deal damage. And we saw that on full display right there, right? Zeta Division Zero, the moment they commit, Winter just could not stop them. And Zeta Division Zero is looking to turn the set around and turn the series in their favor. Let's take the lead once more. Something that it felt like they could have gotten a clean trio by now, but of course Winter did put up a decent fight in the second set to snatch that away with a fantastically built draft. But now they block Tensai away from the rest of his team. Tensai, again, bulky as always. They push Winter all the way back. And it's now raining hellfire with the penny cannons. Of course, the take, Kuru did lose his life. But what can Sprout do? Honestly, not too much in the situation. I think Winter have gotten the second set for sure. As the Poison Cloud closes in, Levi will be picked off. Zeta Division Zero takes back the lead.
Yup, Zeta Division Zero will collect the second point for themselves. One more to join the brothers in the top four. Zeta Division Zero, so close. They can smell it. It's close for them, but Winter, nothing to lose. It's all in for them. Right now, it's just they have to throw everything. They have to put the craziest lineup that they can think of in the next set.
Yeah, well, you said earlier on that let's see what Winter deals with the phase 1 of Zeta Division. Well, they just experienced phase 3. Zeta Division is starting to ramp up, and now we go into the fourth set. It's Brawl. I wonder if Winter will pull off the whole Carl thing again.
I think it's much more of a respect ban that is going to be from the side of Zeta Division 0. I think they definitely have to ban off the Carl. Like the hope for the side of Winter right now, if it's not banned, they have to lock onto that. They have to lock onto that. If it's banned, they might be able to go for another alternative. They could go El Primo. It's a bit cheesy, or they can go Search. They need this kind of mobility brawler, especially we have seen how effective the game when they have Call in hand. How aggressive, how confident that they can execute their lineup.
Oh yeah.
So Winter, they definitely have faced, they tasted phase 1, they managed to overcome phase 2. They get the taste of phase 3. Now there's phase 4. It feels like a pot of hot bowl mala ramen, the level just amp out, and how much can you sustain?
I'm pretty sure they can. People eat wasabi. Come on, they can. But all jokes aside, I think for Winter at least, even if they go out right now, I think that they should be proud of themselves, right? Because this is top 6 already, and they themselves, your time at least himself said that we are hungry. Of course, we want to win. But unfortunately, we're up against Zeta Division 0. And Zeta Division 0 is not an easy team to beat. They took one set off of them, but if there's one thing we know about Zeta Division is that they come back, and they come back real quick.
It's like, the raid boss just regenerate the health all the way.
Yeah, you take down a raid boss and you're like, okay, I'm done, right? The kill screen shows up. Boss executed. And then the boss just comes back to life, and you're like, oh my god.
The resurrection comes out, and it's like,
why does he have a health bar again?
Yeah, it's like, why is the boss music playing again? It's like
it happened to me multiple times. That's why I quit those games.
And we are going to Super Beach. It's the best mode. It's the best game. It's Brawl. We are going to Super Beach. Zeta Division 0. They will go back to the same lineup. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Winter, on the other hand, the car
banned by Zeta Division,
gone.
right? Yeah,
The car is gone.
You say respect ban. Zeta Division heard that, and of course, no Carl, no Surge, no Squeak. So you don't have all this annoying zone control. You don't have all these speed boosts. And Zeta Division 0 saw the power of the penny when we were playing Knockout just now. Just so much zone control. And of course you take the Incendiary for the penny cannons. So those cannonballs now not only do damage, but they set the ground on fire. And just like you predicted for Winter, the Surge comes through.
Yep, they have to play the mobility. They have to go back to comfort. Yes, we don't get the call that we wanted. We go comfort. We go with the same ideology of the lineup. You want to play into that ideology of the lineup. So Winter, they picked up the Surge, pick up the Byron. It's good as an anchor, but the moment it comes as a defense, when the ball comes like on your half itself and you try to clear it, the Byron is the weakest at that moment. I feel like, because the moment Byron doesn't like is getting up front. It doesn't like a brawler that comes right in your face. And I feel like Zeta Division 0, what they can do is they pick brawlers that's gonna sit in your face,
and or at least pick brawlers that establishes a channel to get into the faces of their enemies, right? I think Sandy is a very good choice.
Yep.
Where you can hide not just teammates. Now, with all those cannonballs, raining from the skies, it does cause even more confusion for Winter. And this time it's slightly different in terms of the sequence. Winter, they do have the last pick, but I do wonder what Zeta Division Zero wants to bring into this equation, because if there's one thing we saw from Winter is that when he comes down to Brawl Ball, they are super proficient. We see the Mortis out for Zeta Division Zero.
Mortis is back. I'm kind of 50-50 with the Mortis. It's definitely a counter for the Byron. So do you want to go beefier after this? Do you want to go more? They kind of have the explosion damage with the Search and Byron. They kind of have the damage, but they go for beefier. They went beefier.
Yeah, I mean, Mortis can kill El Primo.
Yep.
You jump into El Primo, he's gonna punch you, he's gonna beat you. So you want to go for Mortis, you gotta get through our El Primo first.
Yep. It feels like Winter. They came in brawling, and they're definitely gonna bring the Brawl to the beach, especially on Super Beach. Brawl Ball, this Brawl Star, Winter, can they do it? Can they bring this to set number 5? And you can see the aggression from Winter. They know they can go in, they can be aggressive, then they pop Tensai. Mortis goes down.
And I think this is gonna be a first score. Levi
This
just
is gonna walk
scores
it.
it. It's easy peasy for Winter. What an opening for them. El Primo now is gonna go in with a super, but gets completely obliterated. Bit of an overzealousness, but Levi is gonna retrieve the ball at least for now. But that's where you see the Penny Cannon already kind of summoned. So it's gonna be harder for Winter to deal with that one, the distraction. Because the ball sent in. Oh, Tensai.
Wow.
Kuru actually gets the rebound and sends it in. We didn't even see that beach ball. And Zeta Division Zero kind of putting up some stops. But this is where Winter will try to at least take control. It's so hard to down his El Primo as he jumps forward, doesn't really land the mark, gets rid of Tensai though. The Sandstorm does put Levi to sleep. He's somehow able to bob and weave around all of the projectiles. But Zeta Division Zero are able to wait until Tensai gets back, and Winter was not able to make any progress.
Yeah, no progression, but they are still in a draw of 1-1, but Tensai will be brought down by the Primo. Primo will think
they kicked it away.
Kuro is an open, but the ball is so far. They don't have that lead, but they're trying to walk in, but that's a goal from Primo. And now this is the problem. This is the turn around.
What an angle from the El Primo from the side as well. And we say that no, Zeta Division Zero kind of lacks damage to kill the El Primo. And this was on full display this time. They found the Byron. Tensai jumps away. Levi gets a kill in the backline though. Takes out a Sandy. But a problem arises because El Primo has the ball. And instantly annihilates you. That is so hard to deal with it. And when you have the Byron supporting this El Primo, things just get 10 times more complicated.
Yeah, Byron has to be careful. Morty is going for him again and could be brought down, but they will go for the trade. But the ball is in the hand of Zeta Division Zero. Kuro will kick it on towards the corner. They will retrieve the ball. They will heal up the Primo, but Achapi has to back off and let the Mortis move up in front. The cannon will be taken out. Ball has been traded back and forth. Levi. Oh, Sandy pops Sandstorm, but Primo will back off. Achapi try to retrieve the ball.
Tensai wants the El Primo.
Oh, Tensai, that is greedy. And Achapi surviving. That is open. Levi, can he score this?
He tries to go for it. A good attempt. Good attempt with the super to gain a moment of invulnerability. But man, the fact Tensai tried to go for the El Primo was very ambitious. The Tensai doesn't even kill out the Byron. Now the El Primo goes to work again. Chappie, can he send the ball far before he goes down? And of course he can. But yeah, the El Primo's just gonna walk it in.
Yeah, they're just gonna walk it in. And Winter just need one more to draw things and force this to the decider. Oh, it feels like the lineup says it all.
Yeah, it's Primo. Look at this guy. I mean, yeah, Primo is soloing everyone. And I think we're gonna get ready for game 5 at this point.
Oh, Tensai,
So
save
Tensai
it.
or some house takes it away. Set up the cannon in the goal, but man, El Primo once more shows up, uses the super, gets a kill thanks to Levi. Kuru now under danger. The cannon finally finishing off El Primo, but Levi will find a good trade back. 15 seconds left.
Yeah, they can
And
just
they
hold the
can
ball.
just hold on to the
Yeah.
ball. I mean, this... Yeah, we're going to the 5th set. Winter...
Oh,
I did not expect us to go that far. I mean, unless... No, it's not happening. It's not happening, right? No, it's not. It's not happening. So set number 5 is inbound. And you said 3-2.
Yep,
And we're going to get the 3-2 one way or the other.
yep.
It's a matter of who is going to get
Wait,
the 3.
Who did I predict again?
You predicted Zeta Division, I
Yeah,
think.
yeah.
Yeah.
Zeta Division 3-2. Vince had a curveball, throwback. Yeah, and Zeta Division 0. They're on the line right now. It's more pressure on them than Winter.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Because like the first time you meet up with Winter, you annihilated them, you mop the floor with them, you clean the table, you serve dessert and say bye-bye.
Yes.
This time, Winter brought some friends, brought the blizzard, you know, it blows the snow hard, you know, it fills your roof with snow. It just makes everything chaos. The moment you open door, it's 5 feet deep of snow and it's annoying. And Zeta Division 0, they have to, you know, clear all of this, put everything aside. What happened in the past is gone. It's gone.
It's a BO1 right now.
Yup.
It's technically a best of 1.
It's history. Now it's, you know, the
Just one
present.
round.
Just one round. Just focus onto this, move on, and you know, you if they win this, they move up. If they don't, that's it. Congratulations to Winter.
If they don't, then we got what we want, right? The prophecy.
Yep.
At least the fantasy run completed, and we get one of the biggest upset in Brawl Stars, Asia Pacific, in a very long time, which is Zeta Division, at least one part of Zeta Division going down, and it all comes down to this last set. And I think Winter have a lot of things to be proud of, right? The fact that everyone looks at Zeta Division and says that they are gonna make it through for sure. It's gonna be a 3-0, no contest, painless and fast. But it's not the case. We get a draw. I think what Winter has been doing well is all of these curveballs, just like you said, throwing in the El Primo, bringing in the Carl, the drafts, especially the front line that Zeta Division Zeros did not have enough damage to deal with.
Definitely. The damage was an issue, and then when they ran into address with damage, sustainability was the issue. So they kind of need to find the correct balance. They kind of need to understand the brawlers that they need to bring on the table. I think during knockout, the brawlers that they brought in was somewhat quite okay, but then sustainability was not there. But all those are over. We are in layer cake. This is bounty, and Winter, they start out with the draft. They took out the Mortis, they took out the Stew. Zeta Division 0, they went for the respect ban. Carl has been taken out. Jeanette has been taken out.
Yeah, what better way to end the set than on layered cake? It's not just layered cake, it's the fact that it's a bounty mode, right? So it's the ultimate mech check of both teams to show who is more superior when it comes to all of these confrontations. And the Leon once more becomes a choice for Zeta Division 0. When we talk about bounty mode, Leon does have a lot of the merits where you can sneak up behind, you can sneak those kills away. But they bring in the Byron again for Zeta Division 0. I feel like this sets up for someone like Colette for Winter. To kind of reach the back line. Unfortunately, there's no Bonnie, so the Colette does look very, very enticing at this point of time.
Yeah, it looks enticing for Winter to go for Colette. If they want, they might go for Primo again or Surge, but it doesn't really favor for Winter. Meanwhile, Zeta Division 0, they have heal, they have some of mobility. They don't have a long-range thrower, a long-range brawler itself, but at the same time, it doesn't address the question that they don't have someone right in front, the frontline brawler.
Oh yeah, this is Winter again falling back to the more passive lineup, right? Where
Yeah.
it's the take, you zone your opponents away, but they do have, some sort of utility other than pushing Zeta Division 0 away. They can grab those individual members, and guess what? Squeak picked the most important important set of this series, and it's in the hands of Zeta Division 0.
Yep. I think they heard us from two sets back, and they heard the English broadcasters. I know they want the annoying.
Yeah, well, what if
brawler.
what if like they were just watching and they heard us say squeak and they were like, yeah, you're right.
Well,
I definitely did not expect a squeak though. I expected I don't know.
I'll say it's okay, the squeak, because they needed a long range brawler. They need a long range thrower as well. So the squeak kind of fits that, but they don't address the sustainability.
Oh yeah, and we are seeing the members of Winter already dropping super low. Levi able to walk away with a slither of health. Zeta Division 0 just right out of the gate, relentless assault onto the members of Winter.
Yeah.
They can't even get some time to even heal up.
Yeah, it's pure zoning coming in from Tensai and Chapi. I say relentless. They just look at it and they clear off any obstacles that they need. Now here's the problem. They don't have the blue star in hand. They don't have that one star at all. So they have to go and throw more into it. Chapi will think about it, but Tensai has to be careful. 120 health. Oh, will survive, but Kuro soaks up a lot of damage. Can they throw in more? Can they force Winter back more? They have to be careful for the side. Winter 30 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be the crucial 30 seconds because this will set the advantage, and it will set whoever will be able to go into the next round.
Yep, and here we go, last 15 seconds. Chapi, invisibility, tries to run into the take, actually catches in the take, uses the shield, damage reduction, they need a bit more for Chapi to grab him back with the GD, he goes down! 3 stars for Winter, Zeta Division 0 makes it to 4, but Winter gets the trade-off, and they actually win the first round!
Yeah, Winter, first round in hand, they will be able to, have this advantage sitting comfortable. And they just need one more. Meanwhile, Zeta Division 0 could be an upset, but they change up the brawlers in hand. They put Tensai middle, they Chapi amp up the aggression. Kuro will play on the left flank. So it feels much more painful to see Kuro on the left. But Winter, they are just gonna hold the fort, they are hold the line, they will not even pass the middle of the map, but this is danger zone.
Yeah, Levi just got taken down, so for Winter, they are down 3 stars. Chapi just holding the angle so well, but
stun.
Levi just insta-kills him. Tensai not able to get the job done. Levi able to get some time to heal back up, but the blue star is with Zeta Division 0, so they have that innate advantage. So try to hold on to that.
Yep, right now Zeta Division 0, they can just replicate what Winter did and play it safe, go drop down a bit, but Achape is slightly in a pickle. Kuro
They're
as
pushing him.
well, they're pushing, they are forcing a lot, and Zeta Division 0, they are trying to reset. Tensai managed to pick one up.
Yeah, what a good response on Zeta Division 0. You want to go to outside the map? We will do the same to you, the Gil. Let's get the super out, but the spray damage wasn't enough. Kuro living on 84 HP, and Achapi is just keeping everyone on the side of Winter at bay. 20 seconds left. We do not have the Genie super though. No grab. Kuro lands the pure super onto Levi. And suddenly Winter
that's
gets
it.
turned on his heels. And Zeta Division 0 will not say die. They want to go all the way. They want to make Winter earn it. And earn it they will. We go to the very, very last round of the series.
Yeah, forcing it to the end of the end. Zeta Division 0, Winter. I think we have to give them props that they put a fight. It started slow. It builds up, and we at the end. It's only the second series of the day, but Zeta Division 0 and Winter. If there's a possibility that both of them can move in to top 4, I feel like they deserve it.
Tensai was about to go down, and Kuro saved him at the last second. And he even takes Levi with him as he goes. And Achapi, oh my goodness, so annoying, gets dragged back, punished with death. But still, Zeta Division 0 are 3 stars ahead.
Yup, 3 stars ahead, sitting in a comfortable lead. Meanwhile, for the side of Winter, desperation speaks out. 75 seconds on the clock for them. They are pushing. They are moving. They do have 2 supers on hand. All 3 of them does have... Sorry, only 2 of them have super. So it sets up a lot that they can create an aggression. Kuro sits quite low, 480. We'll have to pop the heals up. But they are falling back. Kuro sitting in a very bad position.
And they found Achapi as well. Achapi, he goes
pushing
invisible.
in.
He's about to go for the flank. They tag him with the landmines. Achapi managing to heal up just in time as Kuro respawns. It's coming down to the wire. 34 seconds left. The last 30 seconds for one of this team in the challenge stage. And Winter, they do not have the super at least. No grab for the Genie. And Zeta Division 0, all they need to do is to play right back. You can see Levi moving forward. Winter trying to find an avenue. This is desperation time. Zeta Division 0, can they find a win? Achapi playing Divergent on that right side. 10 more seconds left. Winter, they need to get something done. They need to get it done right now. Levi charges in, gets dropped, and Achapi walks away. And Zeta Division 0 makes it to Challenge Finals. And he had to bring us all the way to the very last set and to the very last round of the very last set to finally clutch the win over Winter. It was so close. The fairy tale was close to perfection. But tonight, there's no Prince Charming. Sleeping Beauty is not waking up tonight.
Yep, Zeta Division 0 says the cold doesn't bother them anymore, and Taffy doesn't bother as they move in and meet up with Zeta Division 1. And there you go. We have 3 teams in the top 4.
Yep.
1 more to go. It's going to be a bit close. If it's going to be the same pattern, can Blood Diamond do the same thing against Team Wood?
Yeah, I'm telling you, when I came into this today, I did not expect, I did not expect Zeta Division 1 series to go all the way to Game 5. And even all the way to Game 5, it came down to the absolute wire. So it was absolutely insane series, but unfortunately, Winter, they just could not make the cut.
Yep.
But they should be very proud of themselves. Just like how we are always happy to have Snapdragon Elite Gaming with us, because when winning matters, these are the games that we get. And we just I'm speechless. I think Winter did way better than anyone could have thought. We can see the hunger in them.
Yep.
But today just was not. It's not the day. And of course, aside from Snapdragon Elite Gaming, we also have to thank Monster Energy for unleashing the beast within all of these players. They're fantastic. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yeah, definitely. For you guys, wants to know more about what happened and want to banter about which team is better, you guys can also join the Discord at discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series, if I'm not mistaken, and you guys can talk about like what happened, especially Zeta Division 0 and Winter. It's like that whole series itself was it was close, it was on the line, and like you can see how Winter, they really wants to have it, but Zeta Division 0 they still sit on top.
Yep, so close here so far. At this point, 3 teams have made it to challenge finals, but we still need one more team. We're done with Group A. We're gonna go for a short break, and we will come back to find out which one team from Group B is gonna qualify into challenge finals and take that last spot. Do not go anywhere.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggling.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Star Challenge GSL stage.
Yep.
Lower bracket semis for Group B. We just got done with Group A.
Yep.
And Zeta Division 0 is the third team to qualify into the challenge finals, joining Zeta Division 1 and Rising Sun Esports. Winter came really close, but unfortunately, there's no Prince Charming in this fairy tale, and they finished 5th and 6th in the tournament. But now we turn our eyes to Group B, where Team Wood will have to fight Midnight Zephyr first in our very first best of 3 series, and afterwards, the winner of that, the best of 5 series, and the winner of that will have to fight Blood Diamond. Of course, before we go into that, we do have an interview with the winner of that previous series, Zeta Division 0, so we're gonna have him on board right now. It's Tensai once more. First of all, congratulations, you have now qualified for Challenge Finals. It's good to see you again. What is the emotion, in the team, because that was a really, really close series against Winter?
まずはチャレンジファイナル進出おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
先ほどの試合はかなり手に汗握るような熱い試合でしたが、今のお気持ちお聞かせください。
いやー、もうなんかドキドキがまだやまなくて嬉しいんですけど、まだ落ち着けてないって感じですね。
Yeah, so obviously I feel relieved winning, but I feel very nervous. My heart is beating really fast.
So when you guys came into this best of 5, did you expect it to go all five sets? Because the first time you guys met with Winter, it was a clean 3-0. So what happened? What was the biggest difference in this lower bracket finals?
ウィンターと戦うにあたって、以前はこう 3-0 で勝利したと思うんですけれども、今回はこう最後の 5セットまで、最終セットまでプレイする展開となりましたが、それって何かこう理由があったりしますかね？
やっぱりアップデートが入ってそのキャラの性能が変わったりして、なんかバランスが変わったんで、それでちょっとこれに対応するのに苦戦したかなって感じですね。
Right, so regarding why it kind of went to, to the very last set, I think it's because of the update in the game. The characters changed, some of the numbers changed, the balance changed. So it took a bit for us to get used to this.
And that's kind of the point you brought up, right? All these changes that gave Winter the edge. It was a curveball, but do you have anything for Tensai?
Yeah, I think I have a question for Tensai. Tensai, like now, Winter and the rest of the team is in the past. Zeta Division 1 sits in the top 4 with you. Do you have the confidence this time to go up against that?
はい、でトップ4にはゼタディビジョン1が、お待ちしていると思うんですけれども、ゼタディビジョン1に勝つ自信のほどはいかがでしょうか？
ではもう次はリベンジして勝ちたいと思います。
Yeah, so of course we'll revenge them and win.
That's the keyword we've been looking for.
Yep.
It's a grudge match. They might be on the same org, but revenge is still a theme. We're gonna let you go at this juncture, Tensai. Thank you very much for joining us once again. Congratulations to Zeta Division 0. We hope to see more of you guys in the challenge finals. So the stage is set.
Yep.
Zeta Division 0. Very gruesome best of 5, right? When we take a look back at when they fought Zeta Division 1 in the upper bracket finals, it was a full best of 5. Now they also had to go through a full best of 5. They are well more than ready to go into the challenge finals. And of course, this time is to hunt down their own sister team. We'll find out about that when challenge finals happens. Now let's turn our attention to Group B in a bit, because we just want to refresh your mind on who has made it to the top 4. Zeta Division 1 and Rising Sun Esports were the first 2 teams to qualify from the upper bracket. Zeta Division 1 representing Group A and Rising Sun Esports representing Group B. And Zeta Division 0 becomes the latest team to join them in this pool of titans, of veterans, after a very hard-fought series against Winter, which could have been decided by half a second. But right now, the bracket has said it all for Group A. We are through that. Both Zeta Divisions have qualified. Winter came close, Fluffy also came close, but their journey has ended. Fluffy 7th and 8th place, they walk away with $1,000 US. Winter also not too shabby, 5th and 6th. This is where we turn our eyes to Group B. Midnight Zephyr against Team Wood, and the winner takes on Blood Diamond.
Yep. Group A, the group of death, is done and dusted. It's over. It's a whole group of stacked team. Now we are going into the group that it's much more of a slugfest. It's more about, brawlers. It's more about players coming out and just, it's fight mode. It is where you see teams fight. It's where you see Team Clash. Midnight Zephyr will go up against Team Wood. The first series we have seen Rising Suns went up against Midnight Zephyr. It was a 3-1 in favor of Rising Suns esports. Blood Diamond went up against Team Wood. Team Wood 3-2. In this kind of stats, I would kind of say like it gives Team Wood slightly, maybe a head start or a higher percentage. But then again, Rising Suns esports managed to 3-0 Blood Diamond. So the odds, it's in 50-50, but it swings slightly in favor for Team Wood. I think the last time when we were here casting about it, I think we were off stream. We managed to talk slightly more about the players. It's more about the mental games right now, especially in the Southeast Asia region itself, where the mental game, it hits hard. It hits. It's like double damage. It's 2 times the damage.
Yeah, and we're coming to this with 2 teams that has 2 very different personalities, right? Especially, I think Team Wood left a very deep impression because they almost beat Blood Diamond.
Yep.
And it really just came down to some missteps, some oversteps from X90J particularly in the tail end of the series that they played in when they had to lead and Blood Diamond kind of made that reverse sweep. Where we look at Midnight Zephyr, it's a more composed team, right? Not as aggressive, more by the books, but they get the job done.
Yep. I just feel like when you have a team that it goes by the book and another team that it's impulsive, it's explosion, it's just very aggressive, hyper active in all the activities. You see how things clash, and Midnight Zephyr, Coup the Ace, Respawn, and Jordan, they have a lot of experience under belt. They have a lot of understanding in the team, and especially in Brawl Stars, adapting of the meta, it's not a problem for them. Stats and numbers is just it's something that they are good with. But they have to go up against Team Wood, X9J, CZK, and Aaron. Here's the crazy thing about them, because they are the type that wants to jump in. They want to be super aggressive with Rosal in the lineup. So with the 4th member, there's always the composition, there's always the understanding. I can switch things up, I can swap up the momentum, I can play a different lineup, a different composition, and it's all in the helm of how the whole team is gonna work. Can Team Wood, chuck Wood at Midnight Zephyr?
I knew I know what you were going for. A very nice try. We'll attempt that later, right?
Yeah.
The what's it called, the tongue twister.
Yeah.
I mean, Team Wood, when they played last time, they did sub in. Well, they did switch out CZK and switch him in, right? It's like back and forth for a couple of times, and kind of we see the dynamic change. I think CZK played majority of those sets. We'll see if that's going to be the case this time. Again, on your screen right now, Midnight Zephyr. Okay, again, we've talked about some of these members before. Coup Ace, world champion once, was at the echelon of Brawl Star. Was crowned one of the kings. Right now, we are living in a different era. It's the dynasty of the Japanese region with Zeta Division kind of ruling over everyone. And you know, as these players depart from their previous organization and they come in under new banners, we're definitely seeing the hardship of trying to make it to the top. I think Midnight Zephyr and Team Wood are two teams that has been kind of circling around this domain for a very long time, but just not able to break through to the next level.
Yeah, I agree with you. Response, CZK, Coup d'Ace, they've been jumping a lot. They've been migrating from team to team to team. It's more about how are they settling down. Because you must understand, if you're a new player, settling down in a team, it's not a problem. Because it's more about how you want to adjust to the team. But as a veteran player, as an experienced player, how are you going to settle down? Are you going to settle down as a leader? Are you going to settle down as a shot caller? Are you going to settle down as a coach? It's how you're going to shift the mentality. How you're going to progress instead of, you know, I'm going to jump between this team and that team and trying to figure things out. But we will be jumping into the same rotation with Group A, lower bracket, final, semi-final itself, where you can see we start at Safe Zone, Ring of Fire, Pink Hole Punt, Shooting Stars, Gold Arm Gulch, and Midnight Zephyr going up against Team Wood. Team Wood, Connell's Wrath in the hand. They know that they will protect the safe zone. They will protect their safe at all costs.
Yeah, and we are going back to the same lineup, same map pool at least, right? It's like what we saw early on. And remember when I kind of touched on, if you want to hit the safe from the acid pool, pick the Piper.
Yep.
And Midnight Zephyr was like, all right, well, pick the Piper. Play that long range. You have that escape tool, have some terrain destruction. Team Wood. This is what I like about the different regions, right? When we look at Japanese teams, you will not see the bow nor the Piper.
Yep.
When we look at Singapore teams, this is where things get very heated. Colonel Rouse, bow, Piper. Sometimes they go for the Brock as well. The Colette comes out, so you have double layers of long-range damage that can really threaten the save. But Midnight Zephyr needs some utility to go with it. And I'm thinking of the Eve.
Yep. The Piper, the Colette, the double super combines up, if I'm not mistaken, from the last time that I remember. Colette is 10%, Piper does 10% or 15% in that range. I remember they just, in matter of seconds, they can just burst down. And Team Wood, they are going in for safety, and Midnight Zephyr, Hail Mary. They want to go in and deal the damage. This time, I am for sure that a safe will be broken.
Yeah, I mean, if the safe doesn't break, I don't know what to say. I have a feeling that, you know, that it will take an absolute miracle for the safe to like remain intact when the round ends, because this is very Midnight Zephyr, right? They like to run at the save. The Darrow is one of the staple for at least the Singapore teams. No, not so much for the Japanese teams where they go for the Carl, but Darrow it does work, right? It's kind of like a comfortable pick for him. Yeah, it does the job.
It does the job.
Team Wood though with the max, so it's a draft that it's a bit more complex, I think, from the side of Team Wood. It's harder to see kind of the cohesiveness. You have the max and the bow and the Colonel Rouse, but the question right now is who is gonna attack the safe?
Yep. And I'm kind of curious, like why Team Wood didn't pick up X9J, a brawler that, you know, where he can dive at the back line. They went for safety, they went for Bull. I think they try to keep him in check. The Colonel rubs, Sandbag comes out, but Respawn comes in, will be taken down by CZK. Will be a trade off as they will take down Aaron. CZK stays alive, but X9J has to, you know, dodge a bit. Bob and Viv, the 10% from Coup d'Ace. But on the other hand, Respawn gets taken down. CCK sitting quite low, but Sandbag and the dodge will keep him alive. Aaron and next 9J, the next objective is try to hit the save.
Yeah, and Cool the Ace, the fact that he made it out of there is a huge deal. Team were not able to get to Midnight Zephyr safe. Now all the sandbags have been destroyed. Response ready with his super, same as Cool the Ace. They both are waiting for that opportune moment. Cool the Ace is gonna go for it. Does get taken out, but all they care about is the damage to the save. X9J so low, but Response actually doesn't take him off. Jordan will get the job done though, as he's able to escape with that super. Teamwork starts destroying more of the terrain to gain themselves more access to mount their defense. But they need to get to the save of Midnight Zephyr, start doing damage to it. Response puts his body in front. It's going to be eventually taken down. That means that Aaron will finally get a couple of shots onto the save. Actually, no, not in range. X9J though will be able to get some of that damage, some of those numbers in, as Response rolls on forward, but gets absolutely annihilated. And through all that, because of the lead that Midnight Zephyr has, Team Wood has a lot of work to do.
Yup, Team Wood definitely have a lot to do. 25 seconds left on the clock. CCK will take down Jordan, but the damage is piling up 67% now. And they do have a good set of rotation for the side of Team Wood, but damage
Jordan
on the other hand for Midnight Zephyr, it will be enough unless they go all in. They are pushing it. They are forcing it, and the damage output is just crazy. But the question is, the save is not broken yet.
I cannot believe it that it still was
intact.
It still was intact. It got close though.
Close.
That's
6% this time.
That's a good first step. In fact, one thing that I think is worth just slightly pointing out is the fact that we have ex-team members fighting against each other. Former world champions fighting against each other. Unfortunately, one of them is going to get knocked out by the end of this. Cool DS again walks on forward. Gets a couple of chip damage on the save. And that's where CZK pops at super. They run on forward, run down the members of Midnight Zephyr, and onto the save they go. But unfortunately, it's a bit out of range. Not able to get the initial damage in. Response once more rolls forward, gets the shield from the super, and now he's on the save alongside Cool the Ace and Jordan. Midnight Zephyr getting some sort of initial access, but we would expect more damage to come out from them, but it's not the case. Cool the Ace will add some numbers to that. As Response finally goes down, Jordan gets away, Cool the Ace also disengaged.
Yup, they have to reset for the side of Team Wood. They are sitting at 63%. We have seen that, they can deal out damage when they need to go in, but they have to survive the onslaught. Respawn will take down CZK. X9J trying to hold the line, but Response, that is crazy. Damage onto the save, 20% left. They are trying to hold on. Can they bring down Response? Aaron will finally be able to end on at 1%. And finally,
the save is broken. Let's wrap it up, guys. I mean, good job. Midnight Zephyr this time finding the opening that they've been wanting to look for and completely playing to the strength of the draft. And I think, the main adjustment is how Response and Cool DS work together a bit more cohesively. Because in the first round, Response has got picked off a couple of times when he rolled in, but this time he was able to at least hold his fort. Now Aaron just walks on forward, drop a couple of sandbags, but again, they just do not have the range to reach the save. They gotta get a bit closer, and it has to start with taking out the members of Midnight Zephyr.
They have to push up. At the same time, they have to be careful, but they managed to take down Jordan. That is quite an opening, but they have to keep Respawn in check. Respawn managed to get 2% in, and Coop DS have to fall back. Meanwhile, CCK piling on the damage onto Jordan. Jordan has to be careful. He just got Response. He doesn't want to be sent back to the Respawn. Sandbag has dropped down. Coop DS has to be careful as well. Response rolls in, will be able to take down CZK. Will be able to take one down. X9J and CZK gonna focus on to Coop the Ace, and opens up, and they pass on. The damage is 64%, 72%. Now,
CZK!
Jordan, Coop the Ace.
CZK doing such a good job. He now has free reign over the save, but you can say the same for Midnight Zephyr, who have sent Response and Coop the Ace all the way onto the red side. Jordan now joins in. This is going to be a safe race. Response rolls in, gets taken down. Jordan's going to use that super, but I don't think they have enough damage. CZK now comes back to finish off Jordan. The Teamwood makes a decision that we do not want to rush the save. We now just need to keep the numbers in our favor. Only 50 seconds left on the clock as Teamwood needs to protect the save. Response actually sneaks through, and now Coop the Ace left all over his own devices, but he does not do it. Coop the Ace just could not hold on, and Teamwood scores first blood.
Yeah, Teamwood first blood with the splinters from the wood. They managed to draw blood from Midnight Zephyr. They recognize, Teamwood recognize that they are able to deal more damage. CZK alone deals more damage than the Piper, the Colette combined together. So Teamwood, they know they can do this. Meanwhile, for the side of Midnight Zephyr, they have to rethink their strategy. They have to fall back and go back to the books, go back to the strategy and figure out what happened.
Yeah, I think in this case, for Teamwood, absolutely love the shot call in that last round where CZK was left all alone at the enemy save. But instead of bomb rushing it, he decides to join his team and defend his own save. I think that is very smart shot calling. They understood that they had the lead. There's no need to rush it. As long as they prevent Midnight Zephyr from doing the same to them, they have won the game.
Yep,
And
I totally agree with you. The CZK recognize, okay, they don't really need to, I say, bomb rush it. They don't need to break the save. They just need to make sure that they hold that line, they hold the fort, and make sure that Midnight Zephyr don't comes in. And Midnight Zephyr, they had issue going in. Respawn has his utility to roll into the save, but he doesn't have the damage. The Colette able to deal the 10%, but it's not able to open up the way for the Piper to Piper is the source of damage there. And Piper has no access. Now, Ring of Fire. Midnight Zephyr, they start off with the Byron. Teamwood, they have a response for this now.
And for Teamwood, they do have that last pick, so you can see what Midnight Zephyr wants to go for first before they come in with a response. While the Darrow is banned out, you know what that means? It's crowd time for Teamwood if they want to go for that. Just go straight for the back line. The stew is also on the table, which Teamwood can definitely consider. That's what we saw from Zeta Division 0 just now when they played off against Winter. The stews get picked up first, and that has already given them some sort of mobility, some sort of utility to work with when it comes to controlling the zone, because Ring of Fire is split into two zones side by side, separated by terrain. Stu is the perfect brawler to cut through that.
Yep, Stu will have his capabilities to go and break the barrier itself. It creates an opening, it creates a way onto the secondary hot zone, either left or right. They pick up the Lola and they will look at the response from Midnight Zephyr and to see who can they pick up. But just based on the two brawlers that Teamwood has picked up, the Lola and Stu, feels like they have mobility, they have damage, they are lacking sustainability now. They either can go for a long thrower, a long range brawler, or they can go sustainability. This is two options. They don't really need like more damage. They just need zoners. They need people. They need brawlers that is able to defend zones right now. And with the bow in hand, for the side of Midnight Zephyr, Teamwood, they have to be careful on the aggression.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Bow, we have the Gale. Both brawlers are, like you say, good in defense, especially the Gale, which has been frequently picked even in the Group A bracket, where it was utilized super when you push someone out. I think Winter really loves that brawler. Team Wood, they picked the Squeak. You say you wanted some defense for Team Wood, the Squeak gets the job done as well. I think for Team Wood, well, looking at a bit more of an aggression, and even though on Midnight Zephyr they have the Byron, it's not really anyone that you can necessarily protect and hope that he stands in front for long enough, right? It's not really that front line. I was honestly expecting a Carl from Team Wood to to kind of fit the repertoire of what we saw. X9J plays the front line, Juggernaut likes to go in. But I think the Squeak does it just fine for Team Wood. That means that they also have to be a bit more careful with how they play out this fight. We'll just see how that pans out, because ZZK on Team Wood has already led the charge and gotten that progress going.
Yeah, progress going. X9J is super up front, but is trying to jump, but
tries to do it too many times.
yeah. Like, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice,
Well, he fooled him 3 times. Right?
Yeah.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, not too bad. Not too shabby. Fool me 3 times, not happening.
Yeah, it's like, that just go away, X9J. And it's like,
I mean, he still gets the kill, you know?
but he has to be careful. I don't like the way how he is playing things out. He drops his utility out in the open as well. He worries me that he could be repeating the same thing.
Yeah, that's definitely there we go. You called it just right. But he did get a lot of things done very early on. Now it's a matter of if they can regain control. X9J, my goodness, the movement on this man.
Yep.
Does it again, gets onto the zone, gets his entire team on the zone. Scoodiers in response is able to get a pick up on the CZK, but X9J, he just cuts through the back like Jordan just came back.
Yep.
Doesn't even get to play the game at this point. Midnight Zephyr making some progress on that zone, but Team Wood has a lot of numbers covered early on. And this one's going to force response off it. And X9J just comes back for the pickoff. X9J has had a great dinner before this, for sure. Still refuses to go down. And I know we say a lot of things about this man, but right now X9J is the center of attention. And Team Wood are looking to secure that very first round.
X9J trying to tell everyone, I'm gonna go in flashy. I'm gonna go in, break ankles, make Midnight Zephyr to drop their spaghetti over the floor, and definitely Midnight Zephyr, they're dropping the spaghetti on the floor. And response, he's trying his best. X9J gets stuns up. Kuti Ace has to back it up. Jordan comes back to get sent back to respond, but Team Wood gets 1 round in the set. And I agree with you, X9J. It feels like a different person. It feels like, he had a good dinner and he makes...
So the difference is that he actually is on a brawler that does damage.
Yep.
Because Daniel doesn't do that kind of damage.
True.
Right?
True.
So I think they found out how to utilize him, and you can see Kuti Ace dedicates his life to make sure X9J doesn't come in, right? The Gale is the only brawler that can effectively stop this Stu in his place, but only if he has that super. That is the only crowd control that they have. So Teamwork gets up to a decent start. X9J is about to show again. Kuti Ace not paying attention, and X9J cuts through the back line and completely destroys Midnight Zephyr in a blink of an eye. And X9J is feeling it tonight.
Yup, X9J once again breaking ankles, but finally Kuti Ace will bring him down. Aaron sits at the back, he will try to zone out. Jordan sits quite low, but responds. Ooh, he is sitting quite low as well. Kuti Ace will brings down X9J, and X9J fails the same treatment this time.
Yeah, X9J, it's gonna come back for round number 3, and Kuti Ace knows that there was a slight oversight just now, but Team would have multiple ways to get Midnight Zephyr off the point, and X9J is already out before you even see it. Just dips in and out of the shadow, and suddenly this guy is on the left side, and Kuti Ace doesn't have the super to do with him. Response left out to dry in the hands of Team Wood, and X9J finally pushed into the wall and finished off. But look at the numbers, Adrian. It's in favor of Team Wood. And Midnight Zephyr has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, Midnight Zephyr has to create that bubble, but utility being dropped by the Steel will signal the opening, and they clean the floor of Midnight Zephyr. And Midnight Zephyr keeps on dropping spaghetti on the floor, and they're trying.
Yeah,
to
this is
hold
gonna be
on.
tough. X9J once more goes back in for a pickup because why not? Squeaky throws out the cluster across the squeaky. X9J pops his head up. A little bit of tease. Midnight Zephyr can still catch up. Team Wood just needs some finishing touches. One last lap towards the finishing line of this set. As Midnight Zephyr closes the gap, X9J is looking for an angle in, but Code the Ace this time has Super to work with, can get rid of X9J, and they successfully do so. Now Team Wood,
Oh, here's a problem.
here's a problem right now. Midnight Zephyr on the point. Team Wood, they're taking a bit too long. They can't get Jordan out in time. And Midnight Zephyr holds on to the set.
Yeah, they hold on to the set, and I'm not sure for the last 30 seconds for the side of Team Wood. It feels like they have everything in control, but they were confused. Like, should I go or should I not go? X9J was ready. Aaron is not ready. Aaron is ready. X9J is not in position. It feels like the timing, they had a bit of miscommunication of the timing, and they're gonna rectify it this time. CZK will hold on in center, but as I say, Cook the Ace is keeping X9J in check. So CZK and Aaron, they have to open up this opportunity. X9J, he needs to get into the angle, and he finally breaks up towards the left flank. He will try to break ankles, but he will be breaking back.
Yeah, and in the meantime, response goes down again. X9J wants to get some work done. The rest of Team Wood will chip pretty darn low. Aaron spotted sneaking into the brushes, so it's not able to stay there long enough to create an impact. But again, here we go, the full assault of Team Wood once more.
Oh no!
Forces Midnight Zephyr out, but actually suffer more loss. So Team Wood loses control of the zone right now. And Midnight Zephyr gets some numbers in, but X9J, he shows up and Kuti Ace gets into position just in time before X9J could do any damage.
Yeah, Kuti Ace very disciplined on covering the left flank, keeping the X9J in check. I was thinking, could X9J go towards the right to create an issue? But right now they have to deal with they have to deal with Jordan. The moment they take down Jordan, they know that they are able to go for more, but they will take down Response. That is a signal. Cook the Ace goes down.
Perfect.
That is opening. Response joins back, but CZK will hold on to the hot zone.
And Response drops his super. He's gonna throw his life just to gain some control. But now we see the disjointment. Kuti Ace is on the right side, so X9J can do whatever he wants. Jordan gains some distance. Response shows up. X9J is gonna start putting on his dancing shoes. Response, can he stop X9J? The answer is a clear and definitive no. And Kuti Ace now, he's not in the spot to help up his team. He's isolated.
No.
Where is Kuti Ace standing? So far out in the open. They get rid of X9J, but the formation of Midnight Zephyr is collapsing on his heels. Team would have made it to almost 70%. Aaron does not get away, but now is the big problem. Midnight Zephyr, their respawns are all staggered. One member goes down, two others come back. Team Wood makes it to 90%. And in a big turnaround, one fell swoop, Team Wood makes it all the way to claim the second set in this best of 5.
Yup, Team Wood will be able to clean the floor once again. Midnight Zephyr not looking strong, and Team Wood, X9J bought his dancing shoes. He knows that he came here to dance, float like a butterfly, and at the same time sting like a bee. But this time sting like a stew, and he was breaking ankles from the side of Midnight Zephyr. And Midnight Zephyr, they can't keep up with the tempo, they can't keep up with the pace. And next, they have to take out these two. They have to ban. They have to perma ban these two. Respect ban it. It's gonna take one of your ban. Now, what can you put a brawler onto onto X9J. It could be the question that you asked, Carl. Can they run
yes.
that Carl? I feel like they could run that Carl.
I honestly think they definitely can, right? I mean, brawlers with the same properties, Carl, the Bonnie, Jeanette. I think the Bonnie makes a lot of sense, right? If you want to go for someone that can just dive the backline, the Mortis is obviously another answer. If you want to go assassinate the backline, for example, a Byron, in a sense, barring if there's no El Primo on the enemy team, what we just saw. But Team Wood coming into this, just so much promises. I thought my expectation was that Midnight Zephyr, the fact that they had to fight against esports, maybe Midnight Zephyr can show us something different, right? This discipline side of them. But Team Wood threw that out the window. They just came in and say that, you know what, we'll pick aggressive brawlers, we'll run at your face. And we will not only run at your face, but we will beat you in those 1 versus 1. I mean, and X98 decides to go on a 1 versus 3 and still win.
Yep, it feels like Game 2 has turned into a tilt factor. We started the whole show today, tilt factor was the story about it. And X9J, he's enjoying it. He's enjoying playing those kind of brawlers that, you know, I'm gonna dance around and move around. And you say it. The last time we saw X9J did something like that, it was on a brawler that doesn't have damage, and this time Stu has damage. And Midnight Zephyr, this time we're going to pinhole punt. There's no squig, but they did not respect ban the Stu, cause Stu is still quite viable in Brawl Ball because of the mobility. It's able, you know, break some of the barriers, push up, and try to go for the goal.
Yeah, and we see the car getting picked up. That's what we've been waiting for when it comes down to, you know, having someone on the front line. One of the more popular brawler picks right now, it is the Carl. So Leon for Team Wood. And wonder what they would go for next, right? I think the Stu, like you said, is still very viable. The Max is also on the table if they want to go for it. If you want someone to really beat this crowd down, we saw the El Primo being one of the options at one point. The Bow once more back on Midnight Zephyr's side. So much emphasis on the Bow. And I do understand to a certain extent, you do give a lot of zone control, and he does have pretty high base damage. But Team Wood have found a lot of ways to work around that.
Yep.
And I wonder if this Bow is going to make any difference when it comes down to the third set. So Midnight Zephyr has the last pick. Let's see what Team Wood picks for their next 2 brawlers.
I feel like the next they pick up the Stu
again.
I was thinking at the same time they can pick up the Gale just for Carl, just to keep the Carl in check. But they have mobility. Do you really want to bank into mobility?
Highly doubt they will pick the Max, right? I think it's kind of overcompensating.
Mortis?
Unless they want to go for the Daryl again. So Colonel Ruffs actually gets picked up by Team Wood.
Okay.
Kind of a pick that...
They picked themselves a goalie. They picked themselves a goalkeeper.
Yeah, sure.
You
definitely don't see this often, right?
Yeah.
Not Colonel Ruffs on in pin or punt.
Yeah, he's gonna Team Wood's gonna play safe. It's gonna take a lot from the side of Midnight Zephyr to even, you know, penetrate the defense, especially the front line, and make it towards the goal where they are able to try to go for the score. And Search is being picked up for Midnight Zephyr. Them survivability not on the side of Team Wood.
Oh, definitely not.
I feel like this set could drop to Midnight Zephyr.
I mean, it better drop to them, right? Because if not, the tournament lives ends here, and then we get to see the rematch between Team Wood and Blood Diamond. So this is all in for Midnight Zephyr, bringing in, you know, the Surge, who today has not seen much success. I mean, I think Surge has lost all the sets in X9J. Wow. We go in and X9J has already destroyed it. And
there's a
score
goal.
the first goal. All right, that's one way to kick off the round.
Yup. Team Wood, they emphasize that, you know, it's all about speed. It's all about the family and the need for
Look
speed
at this guy.
from them.
They've already, it's already done.
Yeah. Their need for speed, it's over.
How long did that took? I think the entire
15 seconds max, tops.
for both.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
50 seconds
I
tops.
didn't even get the cast stats.
Yeah, it's like, you know, X9J, you know, brought in the best impression of, you know, Dominic Toretto. You know, it's for family, and you know, the moment they get the ball, it's like all in. You know,
Well,
that's it.
I mean,
It's the other way around.
Instant response, okay.
Yup.
Yeah, I mean that's you know it's for the better. Like, if not, it would be
It feels like both sides playing a glass cannon.
oh yeah, Kudier just goes right in. No, X9J tries to catch it. CTK is invisible. Now it's gonna run towards response, takes him out. Can't really fight Kudier, so this Surge is leveled up enough. But Team Wood, they definitely can retrieve the ball, and I mean, you gotta keep Aaron in check, right? Because Aaron is escorting the ball pretty far. X9J runs on forward, and now Aaron's gonna provide the support. Aaron able to survive that, passes the ball down mid. Not able to retrieve, but he does have that artillery support to zone out the members of Midnight Zephyr. Back to neutral state of CTK. He was invisible. He catches response.
wait,
X9J got it. And this ball is going in. And X9J ties it up.
Yup, tie things off 1-1. 1 minute 20 seconds left on the clock. They could force the overtime. They can just play the advantage of the ball. But I feel that with X9J playing this super aggressive and you know, feels like Team Wood, they want to go. They want to move, but response.
Oh, they got it. I think they won this.
Yeah, that's it.
And I think Team Wood is moving forward.
That's it.
And Team Wood 3-0
Very dominant.
over Midnight Zephyr.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that this is the result? This is the result that I expect if Zeta Division 0 was playing Winter, but not when Team Wood plays Midnight Zephyr. And unfortunately, CDK waves goodbye to some of his former teammates.
Yep.
A very dominant victory. Incredible win. I mean, again, X9J. What else do we need to say? He is the MVP.
Yeah. He is in the limelight. He deserves to be a medal put around his neck just for today. It's redemption, you know. It's redemption
It
after
is.
what he did that time. You know, it's like, you know, a lot of mistakes, a lot of unnecessary dive.
Yeah, well, they
too
could have
much
beaten Blood
aggression.
Diamond.
Yeah.
This is the redemption arc, like you said.
Yep.
They get the rematch against Blood Diamond next.
Yep. And definitely, it's all anime arc right now for him. It's like he has to prove it. He has to take this opportunity and force Blood Diamond to drop their spaghetti.
Yeah, well. I was trying hard to figure out like where that reference came from, because I the only spaghetti reference I know was from Lose Yourself. That's the only one I know. But what I do know is that this is all made possible by partners at Snapdragon Elite Gaming when winning matters. And my God, the team would put up a spectacle, speed running that series over their rivals Midnight Zephyr. And of course, I believe they got all of that energy, and we also got our energy from Monster Energy, for unleashing the beast within all of us, allowing us to perform to our tip-top condition. Check them out at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Yeah, definitely. And for those that have not joined onto the Discord, you guys can join onto the Discord. It will be discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series for you guys to find out more information and to know more. Like, especially like, what was the trigger to X9J? What was the thing that, you know, motivated him, or, you know, changed him to today? Cause like today, he's a man with a mission.
Yeah, he's a man on a mission, and the one final mission is Blood Diamond standing in front of it. Can he back that one? We will find out after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
They don't want it with me. You got a problem with me. tryna solve them with? Who don't really like the sound of this? Who come with me getting down to this? You better step back, get your neck cracked, get laid down where you best step. Better check that with a fresh map, get lost now with no extract. Like look, that's all me. Got my number, don't call me. We eating up, that's all beef. You freezing up, that's y'all's team. Cause we don't really lose no more. All about heating up, leaving that cold. You can see beating up, killing that show. I ain't about giving up, no. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you never gonna stop me. Ay, sound the alarm. We about to go on. You getting it wrong. Time to go off. Can't hold us back. Truth hurts, you always that. My truth lurks, say y'all collapse. Now scoop first where your homies at. Come my team with me right now. My team so mean right now. But what you mean y'all out? It's time to weed y'all out. Okay, we coming back with a vengeance. Time to go start your engines. What is this thing y'all mention? Time for y'all stop pretending, Nah, y'all can't do that. Where your crew at? Y'all can't do that. Nah, where your crew at? Nah, man, cause now you alone. Yeah, get out of my zone. Man, cause now you alone. Love, get out of my zone. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire with me, then you're never gonna stop me. Nah, cause they don't want it with me. Look, you got a problem with me. Look, cause y'all don't want it with me. If you start a fire
We're live here in the studio for more Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Star, and this is the Challenge GSL Group Stage Lower Bracket Finals coming up. Blood Diamond gets the rematch against Team Wood after a euphoric victory. Team Wood 3-0 Midnight Zephyr, a very unprecedented revelation that has happened. And that means that Midnight Zephyr journey has ended in 7th and 8th place, and Team Wood gets another shot at defeating the team that they came so close to beating last time.
Redemption arc.
Redemption arc.
This is redemption arc, but before that, we will have an interview with Team Wood. That will be X9J. Congratulations, X9J. You were it was crazy seeing you how you pop off X9J, but what was the whole story of you know? What made the changes?
Okay, so I think firstly coming into this Challenger series, I think the previous day where we lost so close to BD, I think we really wanted to take revenge. So coming in, we really prepared very hard, and I think our mindset all changed. So we are much more confident coming into the games today. And I also want to give a big shout out to Wiggly Spoo because he definitely helped out with the drafts a lot. And going into our next game, we are definitely here to take revenge.
Yeah, we already set up a revenge arc in the upper bracket between the Zeta brothers and sisters, but so whether you know it consciously or not, you definitely have stole the spotlight in that series. But aside from wanting to take revenge against Blood Diamond, what was kind of like the biggest change that you guys made coming into this series and preparing for the next series, which was one step before the challenge finals?
I think because right before this series, we actually had our CESA monthly finals. So adding on to that, because we already practiced and we already prepared a lot, I think getting the second place there really gave us a boost of confidence coming into the games today. So we are definitely here to take the win and go all the way to represent CESA. Yeah.
All right. With that being said, before I let you off, what do you think the result of the series or the upcoming series is going to be? How hard are you guys going to smash Blood Diamonds?
I'll be predicting a 3-1 victory to us, and hopefully nothing goes wrong. Yeah.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully nothing goes wrong. So we'll leave you guys to prepare for the next series. We'll see you in a bit. All the best.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks.
3-1 is the number. Keep that in mind. And you told me you wanted to change your prediction.
It was 3-2, but after he's saying 3-1,
stick to your prediction. Come on.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick to my prediction.
Okay.
3-2.
All right.
Because I feel like if I were to change it, I'm gonna jinx him and I'm gonna feel bad for that. But
that's one way to look at it, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna jinx them.
Alright, so
I'm gonna say best of luck to Team Wood if they're watching. But for Blood Diamond, I still feel like they might just replicate everything that what they did to Team Wood 3-2. It's just a deja vu moment, but I would say it's 50-50. I like the reason why I had a glimpse of changing my mindset was
okay. Do you get some godly intervention?
No,
Adrian.
It's like the way how we see Team Wood play, the mentality, the mindset that they have. They came in super fresh, super positive. The last time, as what X9J said, the last time they did that, it was pure revenge, pure the whole motive was to beat the enemy, humiliate them.
Yeah, and also because they were so close, so there's this extra drive for them, right? And of course, he mentioned Wiggly Spoo. I mean, we all know who that guy is. Fantastic guy. In fact, I believe we might see him.
Yeah, we might see him soon.
But the point is, very experienced guy.
Yep.
And you can clearly see the preparations that they made. And there's always this saying that goes that the more prepared soldier always wins the war, right? The more prepared army always wins the battle. But here we have it, Blood Diamond sitting in that lower bracket final, one series away from challenge finals and completing the quad trials of the Japanese region. As always, it's gonna be a bit harder this time because they're up against Team Wood. So representing Blood Diamond, Dempsey, Milk Grill, and Mameshi once more making up the main lineup. And all they need to do is to win 3 out of 5 sets.
Yep, they definitely need to win 3 out of 5 sets, but they have to go up against Team Wood. You know, Team Wood is like Brad Pitt. They are looking for the Blood Diamond, and they finally found it. And you know what do they have to do? Can they, take the whole Blood Diamond and move on to the next chapter? And this is the lineup: Rizal, CZK, X9J. We just spoke to him, and Aaron. Can they do it? X9J, his prediction is going to be 3-1 with confidence.
With confidence. Hopefully nothing goes wrong.
Yep.
That was the final words that he imparted onto us. Before we sent him on his way. So 3-1 is a pretty bold statement.
Yep.
Right? Because normally if you think it's close, you'll be like, yeah, 3-2, right? It's gonna be pretty close. If you're super confident, if you're Zeta level confident, you'll be still 3-2 because Zeta is a very humble team.
Yep.
But that means that they actually felt that they are well prepared enough. That Blood Diamond is a strong team, will take games off of them, but they will come up with a decent lead and win the whole series. Now, with this the map pool, it is not easy at all going into this lower bracket finals. So we gotta keep in mind that 3-1 that X9J say. Then when we look at the map pool, we'll see how they deal with Blood Diamond.
Yeah, the map was not easy for them because especially if I'm not mistaken, if it's the same map rotation as the previous one, Zeta Division 0 going up against Winter. It was a knockout in the third rotation. So the first rotation, the first one was
split, right? It was Hot Zone, I believe.
Was Hot
It was Hot Zone knockout, and I think we got like
Hot Zone Jam. Sorry, Jam Grab Hot Zone.
Oh
knockout.
right.
Then it was
we got Brawl Ball.
no, I don't.
I think we got I think it's Super Beach or something.
Sorry, Super Beach is Brawl Ball. Yeah, correct,
so we got that. We got Brawl Ball, right? I think the last one is Bounty.
Yes.
The last one is Bounty. I think that was where it really came down to the wire.
Yep.
So I think coming into this, if X9J is already on the high right now, I want to see if he can bring out that same level of aggression against Blood Diamond, because that was what costed him last time when they fought in the very first series of the bracket. And now with this newfound confidence, I wonder how effective it would be.
Yeah, they have to tread carefully with the newfound confidence, especially X9J. Yeah, confidence, it's the best thing that you need to, in a competitive mindset. But if you drop a game, if you lose with confidence, it kind of hits you a bit with ego. It kind of hits you back with ego.
Yeah, so let me share with you one of my favorite quotes for one of my favorite games. It's called "Overconfidence is an insidious killer." It's I forgot the narrator's name, but that was one of my favorite quotes that I've heard. And basically the game I play is kind of like a dungeon crawler where you assemble a party, you clear dungeons, and you kill bosses. But the thing is, a lot of times you're not as strong as you think, and you always run the risk of losing your entire squad. And that's where this quote became very familiar, at least in that community, where a lot of people who just started think that they can, just run through the whole dungeon, and they end up losing everything. So it became my favorite quote.
Okay.
I'll share with you that game. I think you would enjoy it, but of course, the game at hand is still Brawl Stars. That's how you know I'm a game nerd, because I'm making so much reference. But I think just to summarize your point is that when they're riding this momentum, they still have to be careful, because Blood Diamond, or at least most teams from that region, is not easily phased.
Is definitely they have to be careful. X9J has to be careful, because we have seen how they went up against Blood Diamond. X9J, yes, you have the confidence. You're gonna pick them still. You're gonna go in, try to break some legs, try make them fall down and be shameful of themselves and beat them up and steal their candy or something.
But that is if Stu gets through.
If still get through, or maybe they switch a different brawler that has the same mobility, maybe the crowd can comes in. There's a couple of scenarios for X9J, but if you get the Stu, or if you get a brawler that has similarity to Stu, here's the thing: if you lose with that, and then the way how you lose, it kind of have the same signification to the previous when you went up against Blood Diamond.
Right.
You have to be careful. And as you said, overconfidence. It has to be tread carefully. And I feel Mameshi, Milkreal, Dempsey, they are ready for this. They took out the search. It was Hot Zone, Jam Grab, Knockout, Brawl Ball, Bounty. Both the search is out. Squig is out for both sides.
The Stu is in. We'll see if Team Wood still goes for April. Though this is split, right? I mean, when Zeta Division 0 played this against Winter, they did go for the Stu. They did go for the Byron. I don't remember what the last brawler was, but Team Wood kind of switching it up a bit, picking the Gale to start things off. But Winter did go for the Penny. A very integral part in Zeta Division 0's draft in the following sets, where that Penny cannon with the Incendiary makes it extremely hard to navigate around. And Blood Diamond is going for the exact same pick, putting the Colette in as well in those close range. With the super, you one-shot everyone, Stu dies, Gil instantly disintegrates. So we'll see what team would wants to go for that last pick, because the Bonnie gives Blood Diamond so much engaged capabilities to complement this Colette.
Yup, Team Wood, they definitely have to tread carefully in this water. Blood Diamond have said it's muddy. It's it sets up a question. It sets up a problem in front of Team Wood, and how Team Wood have to address this. They have to be careful, especially X9J. And
okay, they picked the Barley.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I like the Gale, I like the Stu, but they pick up the Barley at the end. I don't know. It breathes a bit of changes of ideology that they have in mind.
Yeah, but we're looking at Blood Diamond, very straightforward composition. Run at you, kill you, humiliate you, whatever you call it, and win the round. But for Team Wood, it's all about control. And let's see if they can control this. I think with this approach from Team Wood, they definitely have to really space themselves out. And we see this, again, the initial engagement, a one-for-one trade thus far. And we instantly see the problem where the members of Team Wood don't necessarily have the health to deal with the heap of damage coming out from Blood Diamond. And so far, the fact that they're still holding on is pretty well. But Blood Diamond, they're not like Blitz Zephyr. They know how to keep this dude under control. And CZK has a very important job as the Barley to make sure that they do not lose control of one of the zones. They actually take some Mameshi as X9J was able to get away as well. But Dempsey is just going to leap over the wall into that zone. Does burn to the Barley fire. Team was somehow holding on. X9J is going to walk out to challenge Milkreal to get the heal from CZK from downtown. The Gale plus the super from Team Wood combo together to eliminate Mameshi as they take the first zone control. And Aaron comes in for the flank. Dempsey could not stand. Team Wood off to a great start.
Yup, Team Wood very confident. It was a bit of rocky start, but they managed to recover. They have both zones in control, one for defense, one for attack, and Aaron has to be a bit more careful. X9J will back off, will try to go for the reset, will be able, they are sitting quite close, 50% more, and they will be able to collect the first set. But Aaron sitting quite low, 560, healing back up.
And they actually, they get it?
Yep.
A perfect start from Team Wood. And this is where we start to see where the Bardi comes in.
Yep.
The healing flask.
Mm-hmm.
Completely untouched, provides support across the map. And I want to praise the individual plays of these players as well, right? Because when you run a draft like this, it's very mechanically intensive, and it really requires everyone to do things right. And I think Team Wood did everything right.
Yeah, it was they played it perfectly. They had to wait for timing. Now once again, it's a bit much more passive from the start. Team Wood, they had to start slightly passive. They had to get, you know, the brawlers in hand, brawlers in position. I'm trying to say, and they're super ready. And the moment they have all this utility and these resources, then they can start spending it, and then they can start being much more aggressive.
You see Team Wood CZK is doing a fantastic job supporting both zones, but of course Blood Diamond, they are going to complete their capture on that lab zone as well. So now we're back to that 50-50 split.
Oh,
where
the
both
stun.
teams are going for the defense. Aaron actually finishes on Mameshi and X9J. Time to be the hero, but unfortunately Dempsey is a bit too bulky. And let's take down X9J. CZK finally provides some aerial support. Mameshi needs to get in, but Aaron pins him to a wall, doesn't take him down, but enough to push him off. And X9J respawns and into the hands of Milkrio, who just finishes him off in one fell swoop. But X9J, before going down, was able to get some numbers in. And Mameshi tries to, you know, tiptoe and put a couple of get a couple of steps on that zone, but actually they still ends up pushing Blood Diamonds out. Dempsey just throws his life for it, but doesn't get it done. Milkrio has the super, but he needs a clear angle. Completely misses it, and X9J holds on. CZK, healing flask, get them all topped up. Mameshi gets rid of Aaron, but Team Wood has gotten a lot of work done.
Yup, Team Wood does have the advantage, does have a lot in hand, but has to be careful this time because Blood Diamond, they are pushing out for aggression, but they lost the left hot zone, means that it's time for them. But Big Rio! He tried to go in for super, but it was sidestep. Ankle was broken by the side of X9J.
X9J dodging that was huge, but again, look at that. Dempsey is walking forwards, controlling all the area, and now Dempsey goes straight forward, gets pinned down. They get a trade back, but X9J is getting controlled by Milkrio. This is good news. But Diamond X9J outplaying Milkrio. He's dodging everything. And the numbers getting clocked in again. X9J pressured by both Dempsey and Milkrio finally goes down. But Team Wood are still in the lead. They get rid of Mameshi. And it's going to force Blood Diamond to make a move. And they are running out of time. Blood Diamond, they need this round. They need this to keep the set alive. But Team Wood, they realize that they do not need 100%. They just need to keep Blood Diamond at bay. And Team Wood scores set number 1 against Blood Diamonds.
Yeah, first blood from the side of Team Wood. What? Still, MVP X9J still strong. He was independent. He was able to figure out like how to go up, especially going up against 2 Japanese players from Blood Diamond. You know, the X9J, it feels like he's a different man. He's a different person with a different mindset and mentality. I feel like with Wiggy Spoo, you know, behind, just giving them some, you know, prep talk, like what you need to do, what you don't need to do, you know, and all these changes. The micro changes creates a lot of impact, and it impacted them really, really well.
Yeah, I mean, lovely start for Team Wood. I mean, again, we had some doubts when we looked at the Bardi, right? No one would have thought that the Bardi was the key, but in this case, again, it's not just about the creative draft, it's also how you execute it. And I think Team Wood worked together not just as a team, but individually. They knew what their task was, what their responsibilities were in that set, and they did it perfectly against Blood Diamond, who I felt like played the best they could, but they just were not able to capitalize on the windows. And I think Team Wood just shut all the doors.
Definitely Team Wood, they shut the door, they closed down Disneyland, they closed down all the rides and tell them, Blood Diamond, this is over, this is done. But, you know, what happens when you wake a sleeping giant? You know, it wakes up, it gets grumpy. You know, especially when you get woken up, and then you're hungry, and then you just get hangry, and you're not in the mood. You're not in the mood, and right now, Blood Diamond, they have to turn that, you know, monster. They have to feel themselves, and they have to go for Team Wood. You know, they have to, you know, use Team Wood as, you know, kindling fire, as a, you know, to heat up their meals.
Yeah, I can relate to that. You know, every day without fail at 2-3 a.m. Yeah, that's what I am. I'm hungry. That's why you always find snacks. You always find a stash of snacks with me. Like, I can't live without it. Stu is still up for grabs. Now, this was what I wanted to see, right? Team Wood going for the Bonnie. And snatch it away from Blood Diamond because Blood Diamond loves that Bonnie a lot. They get the Lola. I don't think it's a big concern for Team Wood. And they steal the Stu away. That is what I expect out of Blood Diamond. By now, you should have identified that the Stu is a big part of Team Wood. Now, you take that away. Let's see what X9J is going to play. But if they already took the Bonnie instead of the Stu for first pick, I have a feeling that they did not mind losing the Stu, at least for Hard Rock Mine.
I don't know. Stu could be quite instrumental in Hard Rock Mine, especially the speed boost itself. But you want it, but ooh.
Okay, 8-bit.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, Wiggins is up to something.
Yeah.
This guy's bringing out all the
300 IQ.
Yeah, all the
gameplay.
brawlers that we normally have not seen for a long time. I mean, the Barley with the healing flask, the 8-bit. Dude, 8-bit 2 to 3 years ago, 8-bit was the most overpowered buffer on the team. And then it faded into obscurity because 8-bit was so slow.
Yeah.
It's like a walking tin can, so slow. And now they bring in the Crow as well.
Yeah, it's like
you tell me that Wiggins isn't up to something great.
I agree with you. You know, 8-bit 3 years back, it's viable. Everything was still running in 8-bit. Now it's already 64-bit. Your PC runs faster.
We're playing on tablets now.
Yeah.
Back then, competitively they play on phones, but now it's on tablets, right? So.
But so put onto the 8-bit, but yeah, the 8-bit Wiggly's the mind. That guy is genius. I would love to be a fly on the wall just to listen to him. Just
fly on the wall. Why don't you just meet him in person? Why do we have to be a fly on the wall?
That's a term, fly on the wall. Just, you know, you actually just want to listen.
Oh really?
Yeah, it's just actually the term is that you want to listen to the conversation. So
you want to eavesdrop.
Yeah, basically eavesdrop, but then at the same time it's like it's fruitful. It bears fruitful
to you. I
to
didn't know that. Hold on. I can Google this. Fly on the wall.
Yeah, fly on the wall. It's a term, you know, where you kind of want to eavesdrop and just listen. Not in a bad way, but in a good way.
So basically, that's me on Twitter. I'm the fly on the wall on Twitter, right? I observe without people knowing. Got you.
So it's like, I don't know, I feel like Wiggins is like, you know, whenever he talked to a team, right, and we're trying to give, you know, the things that he have in his mind onto paper. It's like you just want to listen to his mind, and you just want to listen to the way he breaks things down.
How is Teamwork going to deal with this? I think that is the main question right now, right? Because I think the entire time they were waiting for that 8-bit to get that super down, which can only be destroyed by the bow if he walks on forward with the super. X9J, he's going to try and push this. We're seeing Dempsey on the stool, providing the same amount of impact, of suppression. Milk Grill already getting 7 gems in. Teamwork haven't got anything done yet. Aaron actually got rid of Dempsey, but they can't really walk forward because Milk Grill is there with Lola. You can see that Aaron is going to posture himself to provide a bit more of that pressure. CZK sneaks the 2nd gem away. But Team Wood have yet to actually find much of an avenue, and they need to make sure that Milk Grill doesn't get the 10th gem, because I think pushing into a Blood Diamond is a very tough task, and this is why you can see that Aaron is putting his body in front, goes for the challenge, takes up Dempsey. X9J blocks the damage for CZK, makes it out with his life as Blood Diamond takes control of the area, but CZK is very exposed. And it's kind of a bad news. X9J and Aaron They go in for the execute and they get it.
Yeah, I was just looking at the positioning of Mameshi. It feels like they were trying to force something out from the side of Team Wood.
Wow.
It feels like an unnecessary move. Your gem holder is sitting so far up on the right hand side. I was wondering, it's like maybe it's trying to create the space, trying to not get cornered in, but it feels like
They just got dove.
yeah, it's like Mameshi just set up for X9J, and X9J recognized that that was the window, that was the opportunity, and he definitely went for it, and that gave Team Wood the lead.
Yeah, they just exploded. Dempsey doing a good job of getting rid of Baron. Let's go dashing away. Just have some sort of protection, but eventually CZK picks him off and it's gonna give him a super. Now you get a damage boost from this 8-bit. Team Wood using that knowledge, gonna push on forward again. You do have Mameshi putting that landmine, but it's gonna be disarmed one by one by the members of Team Wood. Aaron again challenges Dempsey, and Dempsey actually got caught, and he's gonna go down. And Team Wood gets control, starts picking out some of those gems. And you can see Mameshi and Mukro again just being so extra aggressive.
Oh wow.
And CZK grabs the gem and TPs back to that super.
Yeah, it has to be careful. They have to go for that back, and they will.
Oh wow!
Oh, so close.
They actually caught Dempsey.
Yeah, they managed to catch Dempsey, but Dempsey will be back, and he will be back now. It's going to be a fight onto the gem spawner, but they have to be careful because for X9J, at any time he can just jump towards the back, and he's just waiting for the opportunity. He's just looking out for it. And
oh, there we go. There we go. We've been talking about this. The moment the countdown starts, Team Wood pulls the trigger, but this time Blood Diamond are a bit more prepared. They prevent this apocalyptic dive to get the gem, but CZK has 8 gems with him. That means that we might get an even round. This might go OT. Countdown wouldn't start that early. CZK again, he does have that super with him. The countdown does start. Team Wood just needs to get the 10 gem to reset it. It's very close in range, and Blood Diamond, they're trying to stop that. X9J goes in, doesn't get it. He loses his gem instead. CZK and Aaron, can they find Mukro in time? So close. And X9J with a good attempt. That was by the skin of the teeth. Not good enough.
Yeah, it was a good attempt. It was a lot of patience coming in from both sides, Blood Diamond and Team Wood. They kind of went for the poke, and they kind of start to respect the space, especially X9J. They respect X9J that he's super aggressive. If he gets into your face, the only thing that is that you die. Meanwhile, Dempsey tries to replicate the same formula that X9J does. It's not that fruitful, but he's trying his best. He's trying his best to do it, but it still favors Team Wood slightly. But Blood Diamond has to play the patient game.
And I see this aggressive posture from Team Wood, but CZK gets picked off. And I think Blood Diamond have got the full control right now. Team Wood are in a very, very tough spot. X9J, can he at least get out of this? The answer is no. And in the blink of an eye, 7 gems make it 8 for Blood Diamond.
Yup. Could be over if they don't stop this. They will take down the UTC of Steel. Dempsey will try to keep it. Chad will drop another speed zone. Can they grab the last one? And CZK and X9J try to push in. There you go. The dive comes in from X9J. X9J still pushes in, but will not find anymore. He is quite weak. Mameshi will be brought down. Dempsey will be the front line to try to but that is it. They took down Aaron. Aaron can jump in, and X9J goes down as well. CZK final attempt will not be able to take down Milk Rio.
And I love the smart adjustment from Blood Diamond. They knew the Team Wood would go for the dive. So the Lola held on to the ultimate until X9J commits. Then she blocks it with the eagle. So X9J couldn't burst her in one shot. What a smart move from Milk Girl. And then it was all planned, and that was why we did not see the super used for the entire round. And now it's down to a 1-1. And the prediction was a 3-1.
Yep, 3-1 from X9J. He predicted 3-1. I predicted 3-2. But I have to, give props for both teams. Patience was the key. That set was patience. It's pure patience. X9J first attempt, tried to jump in. Was able to take down Mameshi. That was the opportunity and that was the window that they were looking for. They were looking for weakness on the lineup and they found it. X9J figured it out. The moment he jumps in, that was the signal that, that is the Hail Mary. That goes in, take the gem, steal it, fall back. What happens next was Blood Diamond, what they recognize. Okay, we have to respect X9J. That he's able to jump in and does that and not punish us. How do you punish that? How do we do that? Dempsey replicates the same thing with the Stu. Not that clean on the second round itself, but they managed to hold on and force to a tie. And then the third time, they kind of know, okay, X9J jumps in, we know what's the solution. What we need to do on the left flank, we need to put on pressure. What we need to do in the center of the field, hold the gem spawner. When they comes in, fall back, put the Steel as the front liner and try to soak up the damage so that whoever that is holding the gem will not go down.
Yeah, and I think you summed it up perfectly, right? Just forming a defense, just make sure that the members of Team Wood can't use all the spells together, because that was the intention. Both the Crow and the Bonnie jump in and they destroy you and they run away. But Blood Diamond has been able to stop that in its tracks, right? And again, just a re-emphasis of how good these guys are at adapting on the go. And that was just over the span of one round and they figure out how to deal with this. But here we go, knockout stage. Flaring Phoenix. This is where revives are not present. No Bonnie this time. No Bonnie, no Jeanette, no Penny. One of the brawlers that we saw utilized by Zeta Division 0. And Jean is going to be the first one that gets grabbed by Blood Diamond.
Yep, Genie will be grabbed, but Lola will be the respawn. They can open up another one. They can go with the steal for Team Wood. Team Wood would love to have that. Will not be sustainability, but at the same time, I feel like they also need a long range thrower or brawler. So Squeak is open if they want. They can pick up the Pam if they want, but they go for the Leon instead. So Blood Diamond will respond to this. So they have two picks to go with. They went with the Carl, and what do they need? They need a thrower. They need a thrower.
I wonder if Team Wood would go for a tick or a Squeak that is still up on the table, or even a Grom. I think a Grom was.
Grom is okay, but tick or Squeak for the side of Team Wood, I feel like it's way too safe. It's who was the matchup again? It was the matchup between Zeta Division 0 and
Winter?
Winter, where we saw the very safe, lineup.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it's like, I'm gonna pick all three throwers, I'm gonna zone you, play for the late game. It works.
For one round.
Yes.
Mr. P, I don't think we will see Mr. P, but it's just a random thought. I know that Winter, they did go for the Sprout. Oh, there we go. The Squeak actually comes through for Team Wood. I suppose there is some merits to it, right? You get the slow from the super.
But here's the thing. You saw the Carl. You saw the Carl, then you saw the Pam open. Not really open. The close of it is the second and third pick. Carl and Pam closing, and you have to decide. Do I want to go Squeak and go for the zone? Try to suffocate and everything. Blood Diamond wants that. Blood Diamond loves to go for a late game confrontation. They want to come play the early? Sure, they still can play the early. So Blood Diamond has a versatility to adapt between the early and the late phase. Meanwhile, Team Wood, they have to finish most of the stuff before the Poison Cloud comes in.
Yeah, I feel like the longer the game goes on, the worse it is for Team Wood.
Yep.
Right?
Look at CCK.
You can't even face tank the damage if you are put in those close quarter combat. I mean, Dempsey is so far up. CZK, he's in a lot of problem. But unless he can juke this out, Dempsey forced to drop the super to get his health back. It's gonna buy some time for CZK himself, and he also has a super as X90 comes in trying to get CZK Dempsey out of the way. But as long as that device is online, it's gonna be incredibly tough for Team Wood to get anything done, and CZK is just gonna get chipped.
Yeah, X9J is forced to rotate, and
Oh, here we go.
here comes the Poison Cloud.
CZK goes invisible, tries to assassinate Milkrio, but his car is way too tanky. And X9J also falls.
No, that's the thing about the lineup. Team Wood went for safety, play the early game, try to be the mechanical thrower, able to address issues. But you're going up against Blood Diamond. Team from Japan, they are mechanically skilled, they are able to understand that, what's the window. And I have to give Team Wood props that, they give it a try. But Team Wood, they have to readdress the problem that they are setting up.
Right, CZK, round 2, clipped by the boomerang. So can't commit. Again, just the attempt. The idea was there, but just don't have the damage, and now all of them are forced back. CZK stuck to deal with Milkrio. It's either that or Pam. It's either the car or the Pam. It's kind of a lose-lose situation with Team Wood right now, as X9J is also getting chipped. Dempsey doing so much work now. It's going to be the final rush from Blood Diamond again. Can CZK get some damage done? X9J completely trapped, and he's gone. CZK catches Dempsey, but it's a bit too late. Blood Diamond is going to get the first match of the set.
Yep, first round for third set itself. That's the thing about the lineup. Why I don't like the squig was it came out. The problem came out. They can't go late game. They have to force the issue. They have to go early game. They really have to force this. Mameshi, Milkrio, and Dempsey. They like this. They have to go for it.
Yep, trying to get Dempsey out of the way, and suddenly forcing Mameshi to come in, but as they realize it's a bit too late, X9J gets away. CZK also shows out, Milkrio, last ditch attempt goes in for the boomerang, and of course, Team Wood catches Blood Diamond by surprise. But can they do it again? That is going to be the main question right now.
Yeah, they have to go for the confidence rating. They have to do it for the side of Team Wood. If they won, they won the third set. If they won this, they have to go for it. And X9J and CZK, they're just getting ready. They are just, waiting for that timing.
You can see Aaron also being very patient. X9J going for some recon, but again, the spread damage from Blood Diamond is very, very annoying to deal with. Get poked left, right, and center. Team Wood knows that the same trick won't work twice, so they are just biding their time. Trying to find an angle to come in as Blood Diamond continuously pelts the brushes with utility, and you can see X9J and Aaron in position, trying to not get detected. And here we go, Aaron and X9J walks on forward, but Dempsey this time smells it. CZK also starts his own fight. They throw all the utilities. Mameshi falls right back, completely destroyed. Dempsey holding on with the utility right there. The super keeping her alive. He's keeping her alive for so long. CZK sneaks away, gets some help back, but Dempsey is alive. They gotta get rid of the Pam. The Pam finally goes down, but it's too late. CZK does not have the health.
Yep, CZK was forced to walk out into the Poison Cloud. It ties things off. Blood Diamond needs this to go for the win, and for the late, Team Wood, on the other hand, needs to capture this to tie things off. And this time, look at...
Milkrio!
Oh my god!
He has the super, they just rushed him down. They just rushed Team Wood into the grave.
It's over.
And of course, Blood Diamond now takes the lead in this series. 2-1 is the score.
Yep, 2-1. It's It's a bit scary for the side of Team Wood. They predicted 3-1.
Yeah, 3-1 for themselves, right? Not Blood
Yeah,
Diamond.
for themselves and not for Blood Diamond. But Blood Diamond, on the other hand, they recognize the issue, they recognize problem, they adjusted it, and they are having fun. You know, they are not faced like.
Oh, right. Dempsey was popping off.
Yeah.
Look at the Dempsey was actually popping off when they won that set. But you know, this is where I think Team Wood is back to where they were. In fact, Blood Diamond did not had the lead when they first met up to game 4, up to set 4.
Yep.
But this time they have the lead, right? And this is why we say, you know, one thing for Team Wood is that they definitely adjusted. We've seen those ideas. We know that they would work. But Blood Diamond adapts so fast.
Yeah, you're talking about teams from Japan. We have emphasized the mechanical, the understanding, and the objective. They are not here to beat you. They took it a step further. They are here to beat themselves. To figure out, like, if I were to lose, how will I lose? It's like, you know, they are looking at the step further, like how to, you know, prove and how to win themselves,
right?
And like to be dominating. And we have seen like teams very dominating, like you can't think about this other than no Zeta Division, the 1 and 0. So both the teams, how dominating they can be. Rising Suns esports. These 3 teams has been in, you know, the cornerstone of Asia Pacific Brawl Stars for quite some time.
Yeah, I mean, they've been there for as long as we can remember. Ever since they hoisted the championship trophy, don't think they've ever let it go, at least up till now, right? And even then, they are still regarded as the strongest region. But we are in the drafts for set number 4. It's back to Brawl Ball Super Beach. It is. Team Wood instantly snacks the Carl. That's what we expected from the get-go. We'll see if they still get the steal for themselves, because on Hard Rock Mine they let that go, but they did pick the steal when they were up against Midnight Zephyr.
Yep, Zephyr is open for them, but Blood Diamond, Zephyr can steal it. They don't have Search been banned out. Team would have to respond to the lineup. Do they want to go for super aggressive? Well, they can pick up the steal if they want, but they need someone to sit at the back.
I suppose, you know, for Team Wood, they can still stick with this very aggressive posture. Wow, they bring in the Griff instead. Another pick that, you know, we didn't thought we'd see.
Yeah.
I thought we saw Griff once a couple of days ago, but that resulted in a loss.
Yeah, it was Griff, you know, definitely griefing the team within.
It's throwing cash out.
Yeah.
I wonder what the last pick is going to be for Team Wood though. They do need some form of damage. Crow is one way to do it.
I don't like it. I don't like that lineup. Just, you know, if it's a glass cannon, moves in, if it doesn't work, it breaks. If it works, then it doesn't break. Basically, you know, bull in a China shop.
Yeah, well,
this is bull in a China shop.
Well, crows are very vengeful animals, very vengeful avians, right?
Yeah.
Like you mistreat one, his whole family comes for you. And now the stool gets picked up by Blood Diamond again. Kind of a deviation, at least for Team Wood, right? I honestly thought that the stool would be a priority as long as it's up on the table, but apparently that's not the case. Blood Diamond now getting the stool for themselves. Both teams have a way to dive straight, dive head first. But I do agree with you that I prefer how Blood Diamond's draft is set up.
Blood Diamond, you know, they're gonna show X9J how ankles are break. No, they're gonna perform the traditional tradition of breaking ankles with the steel, started by X9J. and Dempsey will have to honor. CCK will be able. Ooh,
Yeah,
Arrow
we go.
takes them down.
And of course, X9J just destroys Mameshi, and Milkro always has the ball backwards. Just right on the line as
Yeah,
well.
I was like,
These guys have it calculated down to the wire.
yeah, it's like they have everything on the line, and you know, calculating every single inch and every single step of the way. They do have the ball on their side, means that they might be holding this for 1 minute 30 seconds.
Oh, and there we
Unless
go.
they go for the push like this, but Mameshi did not accomplish his objective. X9J will be able to punish Dempsey, but Mameshi will be back.
Unfortunately, Aaron can't really get to the ball. It's tucked inside the corner. They don't really have a way to destroy the terrain. Mameshi once more tries to roll in, but catches all the Griff currencies in the face. Realizes that it actually overpowers the shield that the Daryl gets. Teamwork kind of showing us something again, right? Like they say sticks and stones may break your bones, but pennies and dollars can certainly kill you.
Yeah, try getting hit with a penny.
Try getting
It's
hit
not
with-
fun. It's not fun.
Yeah, try getting hit with a bag of coins, you know.
Oh no. I held a bag of 100 ringgit coins, worth of coins.
100 worth of coins.
Yeah. Well, I used to work in KPN. You know, we have to change for our coins and whatsoever.
Right.
And it's like it's not fun, you know.
Yeah, I can imagine, right? I can barely hold 5 ringgit worth of coins, let alone 100. The Teamwork right now are put in a really rough spot. CZK is going to pass as a Teamwork right now gets the ball in their possession. Blood Diamond posturing for one final push. Dempsey is ready. 10 seconds left before overtime starts. The Teamwork, you got to find a way right now. X9J and Aaron buying time, destroys all of them. CZK looking to win this fight, and X9J is going to roll forward. Milkrow tries to stop them from happening and actually catches the members of Team Wood before the fences go down. A huge reset. And Mameshi has the super as well, and he's ready for it. Kicks the ball, gets the super out, takes the currency in the face. Dempsey sneaks it through! Are you kidding me?
Look at Dempsey!
Dempsey with a pop-off celebration.
Oh my god, Dempsey! Sign him up for football! Get a club in there!
I better see Dempsey in the next World Cup, because this guy is something else. I told you say that they will come. I was like, no, Dempsey was popping off the entire round, the entire series. It was Dempsey, and yeah, Team Wood put on the back foot, because if this one goes to Blood Diamond will go to Challenge Finals.
Yeah, Team Wood, all their effort, all the grind, they even get the support and help from Wiggly's Boo, and they do not want to put all of this in
here they
vain.
come,
But
here they
you see the aggression that is open. Dempsey want to go for the score. He's gonna
score. And Dempsey has done it for the team. But this one is not over just yet.
Yeah.
Team Wood has a second chance to try and turn this around. But I think Blood Diamond smells that they've probably gotten this in the bag. And look at that, one fell swoop. Dempsey pops off on cam again. Get this guy on an interview desk, please.
Yeah.
But Blood Diamond steamrolls Team Wood. It makes lumber out of them. And Blood Diamond will be our 4th and final team to advance to Challenge Finals. So Challenge Finals, once more, is Japanese dominated.
Yeah, it is pure Japan domination. The land of the Rising Suns. We have all 4 teams. Zeta Division 1, Zeta Division 0, Rising Suns, esports, and finally joining them, it's Blood Diamond. That's basically what, if I'm not mistaken, Rising Zeta Division 1 kind of predicted they wanted to see Blood Diamond and Rising Suns join them. They didn't say about, you know, their own sister team. Yeah, not fond of that.
Yeah, we want someone else, right? We're tired of your shenanigans. But well, if there's one team that predicted it correctly, I think Zeta Division 1 did it justice. Rising Sun Esports, Aaron wanted Winter to make it through,
Yep.
and that came down to a fraction of a second. But you know, it could have been them, right? Could have been them. None, alas, it's not meant to be. There will be no fairy tales today, no revenge arc.
Yep.
Team Wood stopped at the final hurdle, off to a great start, but could not cross the finishing line. That means we get Blood Diamond through, just like what we initially expected, right?
Yep.
The region to dominate every facet of the competition. But let's take a look at the qualified teams once more. These are the teams in Challenge Finals. Zeta Division 1 and Rising Sun Esports were the first two teams to make it through the upper bracket. And today, we crowned Zeta Division 0 and Blood Diamond, and we gave them their tickets to Challenge Finals as one Zeta Division 0 after a 3-2 victory over Winter and Blood Diamond, preventing any sort of anime revenge arc from Team Wood. 3-1 victory, and an emphatic one as well.
Yeah, definitely. Blood Diamond denied the hopes and dreams of Team Wood, and especially teams from Southeast Asia as well. It's a bit sad, but we do see all 4 teams from Japan. Let's take a look at the journey, how it started and how it is. Zeta Division 1 went 3-1 against Fluffy. They managed to go 3-2 against Zeta Division 0, their own sister team. Meanwhile, Zeta Division 0, they started from going up against Winter 3-0. Then they lost at against Zeta Division 1, and they finally went up against Winter, and they were able to clutch it. That sums up Group A, Zeta Division 1 and 0, they move forward. Meanwhile, Group B, Rising Suns Esports, they went 3-1 against Midnight Zephyr. They won against Blood Diamond clean, and they were the second team to move on. Blood Diamond, on the other hand, they had a bit of trouble, but they managed to make it all the way towards the end and deny Team Wood. Team Wood did their best, but it was not good enough. And that is the bottom 4 decided. Now we have top 4. How do we put them in rank?
Yeah, we gotta rank the region, right? We gotta rank the 4 teams in the same region. But of course, the journey for them has not ended. It's for the title of the best team, at least in Asia Pacific.
Yep.
The big lion's share of the prize pool. But we do have an interview, of course, with one of the players from Blood Diamond after that victory. So we're gonna bring the player on the broadcast right now, and I really want to hear what he has to say. And again, we have Mameshi with us. First of all, congratulations. You guys are the final team to qualify for Challenge Finals. I have to ask this, as always, how are you and your team feeling right now?
まずはチャレンジファイナル進出おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
今のお気持ちお聞かせください。
そうですね。なんか結構なんていうか、はい、嬉しいです。普通に。
Yeah, honestly, I'm just happy.
Right. So we went to on the broadcast because we can see the reactions of all the players on broadcast. You seem to be the more calm, cool, and collected. We saw Dempsey was basically popping off. He was jumping with joy when he was getting the wins for your team. How is the dynamic like within the team? Like, is there someone who is more energetic, more emotional?
はい、で放送のチームではその皆さんのリアクションとか見れたりしてるんですけれども、そのマミス選手はすごい落ち着いてる雰囲気でして、で逆にデムシはすごい、表情に出やすい、すごい喜んでいる様子が見られたんですけど、チーム内のその雰囲気ってどんな感じなんですか？例えばマミス先生がこうリーダーで落ち着いてるとか、デムシがムードメーカーだったりとか。
そうですね、ムードメーカーっていう面で言ったら、みんなが、はい、常に喋ってるので、なんていうか、すごいいい雰囲気でプレーできました。
Right, so I think when it comes to our dynamic, like everyone's kind of the mood maker. Everyone's always talking to each other and really keeping good vibes.
Good vibes, that's what we love.
Definitely.
You have anything?
I think I have a question. It was when Blood Diamond went up against Team Wood just now, where in the second set, it was a bit of it's more like a chess. It's one move after another. It's like, what was the breaking point for Blood Diamond to finally figure out how to break Team Wood?
はい、で、今の試合、ブラッドダイヤモンド vs、ティームウッドで、セカンドセットでは、かなりちょっと攻防が激しい戦いだと思うんですけれども、ブラッドダイヤモンド的にはなんでしょう、ブレイキングポイント、いわゆるきっかけ、勝つためのきっかけって何だったんでしょう？
そうですね、最初のマップで落としたと思うんですけど、その時はもうしょうがないと思ってて、なんていうの、第2セットの厳しい戦いの時も、落ち着いていけば絶対勝てるっていうのをみんなで言いながらやりました。はい。
Right, so when we lost in the first map, we were kind of, a little bit down, but we moved on mentally. So in the second set too, there wasn't really necessarily a certain breaking point, but we knew for a fact that as long as we stayed confident, we could win.
That has been the mantra all along, right? Really loved it. And okay, before we let you go, now that you are in Challenge Finals, you are joining Zeta Division 1, Zeta Division 0, and Rising Sun Esports. And these teams also predicted you guys to qualify. What can we expect from Blood Diamond moving forward into the top 4?
はい、この先トップ4進出というところなんですけれども、ブラッドダイヤモンドから何を期待できると思いますか？どういったプレイとか。
そうですね、なんか他の3チームの方が僕はうまいと思ってるんで、そういうなんていうの、ピックとか思い切ったプレイとかに期待してください。
So honestly, we think the other 3 teams are actually stronger. However, you can expect some big plays and some interesting picks from us.
Big plays, interesting pick, and a top 4 finish. Nothing much needs to be said because these guys are awesome. Thank you very much for being with us, Mameshi. Congratulations once more. Enjoy your night. We'll see you guys for the Challenge Finals. And that's it. I can't believe we are done with the GSL group stage. We got our top 4 teams. There were some storylines that were being narrated pretty well. A revenge arc for Team Wood, Winter almost making the fantasy run. Of course, we also learned a lot about the Aaron's Art of War. Put Sun Tzu aside because we're in the new era right now. We're gonna win during the photo shoot. But with that being said, the next date for our Brawl Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Star Challenge Finals is 30th of July. So do mark that date down on your calendar because the top 4 teams, all of them from Japan, Zeta Division 1, Zeta Division 0, Rising Sun Esports, and Blood Diamond will duke it out for the big lion's share and also to become the best Brawl Star teams in Asia Pacific. With that being said, that's the end of our evening. We'll leave you guys be. My name is Husky. He's Adrian Wu, the Magical. And on behalf of everyone, we wish you guys a very, very good night. And keep brawling. We'll see you guys for the Challenge Finals.
Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and Monster Energy.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fly through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional, working devotion. We put in this time. Look.